Good evening. Welcome to tonight's planning board meeting, Tewksbury Planning Board's meeting. With there being a quorum present, I bring this meeting to order. Mr. Battaglia, you're all set?
I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Johnson,
All set.
Mr. Delaney,
All set.
Mr. Ryder,
All set.
chair's all set. Very good. Next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes.
Make a motion to approve the minutes of the March 22nd, 2021 meeting.
Do we have a
Second,
second?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Second.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Battaglia,
Aye.
Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Next item on the agenda, under committee reports. I guess we should go right to reorganization. Is that all right with the board?
It's okay with me.
Sure.
Okay. Anna, you want to do this or you want to?
Yeah, I can take over.
Go ahead.
So we're gonna call for nominations for the chairman, vice chairman, and the clerk position, and then also for the committee positions. Everyone got a copy in their packets,
Yes.
those positions. And then the new chairman will just need to sign the chairman's slip afterwards. So do I have, what's the pleasure of the board?
Ms. McGinty, I would like to nominate Steve Johnson as chair.
Second. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 We'll do roll call. Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
and Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephen, for being nominated.
And I can
Thank
do
you
the
for
rest of
accepting.
Yes, you can do the rest. Okay,
All right.
great.
All right, so let's move on to the nominations for vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Bob Fowler.
All right, we have a nomination. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Nomination and a second. No other nominations, I presume. So we'll move to a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, then we'll run through the roll call. Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder.
Aye.
The chair votes aye as well. Mr. Fowler.
Aye.
All right. So we have nomination and unanimous consent for the vice chair. Now, do we have any nominations for the clerk?
I nominate Mr. Ryder. He's done a great job this year.
All right. Do we have a second at the nomination?
Second.
All right. Before he says anything, we'll move on to a vote. Mr. Fowler.
Nice try.
Aye.
All right. Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney.
Aye.
The chair votes aye as well. And Mr. Ryder.
Aye.
Excellent. So unanimous on our clerk position as well. Excellent. That takes care of that.
Mr.
All right.
Chairman,
Yes. Mr.
I'd like to congratulate Mr. Ryder for a hard-fought campaign and to stay with us. At least there's some continuity.
Well, actually, Mr. Fowler, it was congratulate Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to see what he'd say. Yeah. But you know what? It only comes to thought. My thought being, the reason I said that is, if the election if this election was held a year from now, might have a couple new people and a couple more people after that. So that's a topic for
Potentially.
another discussion.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's not
Yes,
as easy
good
as
job
they
by
think.
all.
Thank you. Okay.
So we have the committees to do next. But just one question before we do the committees. Anna, is there a reason why Mr. Ryder's committee is not on this list?
I was
'Cause he's
going to
on-
ask that, Mr. Johnson.
Is it that his term isn't ending, or is it that it's just missed? Because he's on the elementary school.
Yeah,
building.
Building School Committee.
I think it was just omitted.
Okay,
by
so
clerical error.
for our purposes,
Yeah.
then we'll have that as if it were written here.
Mhm.
And Mr. Ryder sits on that, and I suspect the term is the same as most of the others on here.
Correct.
All right, so do any of the members have any issue with the committees they're on, or would somebody like to make a motion that everybody just be renominated to the committees they're on?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
All right.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. All right, that takes care of committee assignments. So we'll take care, I'll sign that, I guess, next week or something. So we'll take care of that. Moving on, so we'll
Mr. Chair, before
backtrack
we
up.
continue, could I just make
Yes.
a statement here? I wanted
Mr.
to,
Fratalia, yes.
I wanted to extend my appreciation to Mr. Fowler for his efforts last year as chairman. Another tough year with this virtual things. I think he did a great job with all the issues we had and the lengthy meetings. So, Mr. Fowler, thank you again for stepping up last year as the chair.
You're welcome.
And
Thank you.
we all appreciate you as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob.
Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate you too.
All right.
All of you. All of you. Hard work.
All right, so we'll backtrack back up to number one. Does anybody have any committee reports they wish to make at this time?
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Ryder.
Thank you. As far as the elementary school building committee, a lot of people have driving by seeing the construction moving on. The school is moving rapidly. With the nice weather coming, you're going to see construction ramp up. The athletic field, the clubhouse, field house is moving along. And as you'll see, the new lighting has been installed and tested. So you will see much more activity as the nicer weather comes.
Excellent. All right, anyone else with any committee reports? All right, hearing none. Just before we move on to the town plans report, I'll do the telephone number just to remind people at home. Anyone who's looking to call in to discuss any of the public hearing items when we get to them, the number is 978-771-0819. Again, 978-771-0819. They'll queue you up and then we'll call on you once we get to that part. Also, just for anybody who's sitting at home watching, hearings H and J. Hearing H is 1023 and 1029 East Street, and J is 920 and 978 Livingston Street. Both those hearings will be continued. We'll hear no new information on either of those hearings. They'll be both they'll be rescheduled to our 4/26 meeting. So nobody has to hang around for those if they don't want to. All right, moving on to the town planners report.
So, Mr. Chairman, there was no town plans report this week.
All righty. Moving on to agenda item B4, 960 Main Street Concept Plan Review Update. Do we have anybody here for 960 Main Street? I see Mr. Plunkett's name on here, and I see Mr. Plunkett's name on my screen.
Mhm.
Is Mr. Plunkett here?
Well, Mr. Plunkett was the one presenting, so.
Good evening,
that's
Mr.
why.
Chairman.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Mr. Plunkett, just before you start, let me just remind everybody who's on, if you're not the person who's speaking, if you wouldn't mind muting, that way we don't get any accidental background noise. And then Mr. Plunkett, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I set forth in the narrative letter, we were before the board just 2 meetings prior and got some feedback. And we submitted this as another concept for the board to take a look at, just to see if we could get some input from the board relative to this proposal, in which, you know, the site is already permitted. The site development plan that was included with the plans, last time, I think there were too many, you know, superfluous pages that really weren't pertinent to the issue, but we have the layout plan that shows the site as permitted. So nothing has happened, nothing is being proposed to change anything that's already approved by the town. The parking will remain the same, everything will remain the same, the footprint remains the same. So the only issue is that footprint for the front building. We have the layout, or we have the rendering for the building that was approved. And now we have the rendering for the building that we would be required to change. And the key changes are, you know, again, taking into account the feedback last time, is that we retain over 1,800 square feet of commercial space on the first floor. We include a small rental unit on the first floor with the stairwell up to the second floor. And on the second floor, we would have 3 residential units. So it'd be a total of 4 residential units, of which 1 would be dedicated for, to meet the affordable housing component. And this would address a number of things. And also in terms of the rendering, we got some feedback last time in terms of the details to the building. So we have, much more detailed structure for proposal, including the cupolas and the dormers, and it would give a very, I think, very nice upgraded look along the Route 30 corridor. So we've tried to take the feedback from the last meeting and come up with a plan that hopefully might address the major concerns that were expressed the last time. And one of the rationale for this is, again, the commercial component of the buildings is a difficult, fill, I guess. But, we have confidence that over time you'd be able to, get them rented. But this would help dampen the impact of the cost of build out on something that we may have to wait, for a period of time before it could be rented. And it serves a number of other purposes, though. It serves the purpose of, again, really adding these, very striking architectural details to the building. It gives the affordable housing component for 1 out of the 4 units to be proposed. And these are all, these would all be rental units also. I'm not exactly certain, but at the worst case scenario, 1 out of the 4 units would be affordable for application to the affordable housing stock, and we could get a determination as to whether the rental component of the build out would help, relative to additional units being countable for the housing stock, but at the very least, you have 1 out of the 4 being dedicated for the affordable housing. So, we're trying to, we appreciate the opportunity to have an informal discussion on this. As everyone is aware, that the cost of the engineering and everything else associated with formal plans for submittal for modification, we'd like to get some type of feedback before we get involved into that, the heavy costs associated with that aspect of the modification.
All right, thank you, Mr. Plunkett. We'll start with Mr. Fowler. Did we lose Mr. Fowler?
I think he's muted.
Oh. Still muted. All right, let's give Mr. Fowler a second. We'll start.
Got you.
Oh, there you go.
I'm all set.
Mr. Fowler.
I apologize for that.
That's
Not
all right.
used to leaving it off. I wasn't able to compare this plan with the one last because I had to take my packet to Nebraska with me this weekend. And I don't really believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Plunkett, if there isn't much of a change. Is there a change from the previous plan aesthetically than this plan?
We're talking about the other plan, the plan as approved, it's a fairly significant change in terms of we're adding a second level of usable space. And the architectural details are significant. It's not that much of a change from the last plan that was submitted 2 weeks ago, other than actually what was done was incorporated your comments relative to the cupola and trying, and the dormers, trying to give it more of a detailed look compatible with the Foster School next door. So, in terms of the architectural detail, it's still fairly similar, and the added detail was in response to your comments from the last meeting.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Plunkett. Just so you know where I'm coming from, I'm not talking about what happened a year or so ago. I'm talking about the plan that was submitted 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
But I'm not really. Where's this cupola you're talking about?
Right on top of the middle of the building.
It looks like a chimney.
Mr. Plunkett, can I say, the single page plan, that's the old version, correct?
The single story, single level plan, yes, that's the original rendering that's been approved for the front building.
And that has the chimney. It's the new one on the multiple sheet plan.
Yeah,
with a
I don't.
chimney. Okay,
then-
that's why. All
Then I
right.
apologize,
That's
Mr.
it.
Chairman. I apologize because I don't have that plan.
Okay. All right.
So I guess
You know what I'm gonna do? Let me move on to and then I'll swing back if you hear something that you want to comment on. Does that work for you?
sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Move on to Mr. Ryder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From a perspective of the look of it, I do like it, but however, I still feel that we should not be reducing the commercial component size. This is allowed in the town center overlay due to the commercial component, and I don't feel that we should be waiving or reducing the size of the commercial. Understanding that we do have many commercial spots in town, but majority of them have been built with multiple condos behind them. And on principle alone, I think that it is allowed because of the commercial component, and I think we should stick with that and hope that Fewkesbury continues to move forward and we fill all these commercial spots. But other than, as far as the rendering, I do like the cupola. I think it matches with the Foster School, but I would like to keep with the original commercial square footage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Mr. Fratalia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Plunkett, while I have you on here, I guess the question is, what is the difference in the original submission versus the second submission as far as commercial space?
You mean the submission from 2 weeks ago?
No, the original submission for commercial space compared to this submission of 1,800 square
Okay,
feet.
it goes from approximately 2,600 square feet to 1,810 square feet in order to allow for the interior access stairwell going up to the second floor and having a 388 square foot living area, that would be a studio type build out.
Didn't I hear you say earlier 1,800 square feet for the commercial space?
Yeah, 1,810 square feet
For the commercial space
for the
compared
commercial
to
space,
2,600, correct?
as opposed to 2,600.
Okay,
Correct.
all right. So, I mean, I do actually like the design, but I think the size of the building compared to the original submission is twice the size. I mean, I know it's the original footprint, Mr. Plunkett, but
Yeah.
in square footage wise, what is the difference in that?
Oh, you're adding a second area of living, usable space within
Right.
the same footprint. So it's going to be exactly what you said, double the usable space as the
Yeah.
original proposal.
Yeah, so, I mean, I know you're using the same footprint, but it seems that when you're changing that much difference in the original submission, I know you said it was approved before, but it wasn't approved like it is now. You're increasing a second floor onto this building,
Yeah.
making a large commercial building that close to the street compared to what you submitted before in the original submission. So it's going to, I think, be a lot closer to the street with a larger building rather than what you had before. So, I mean, that is a concern of mine. I know we had some issues about the Heatherwood development down on Main Street being that close to the street after it was approved. It was before my time, but the aesthetically it looks pretty nice. I like the way you designed it, and it looks nice for the town center. But that would be one of my concerns, being that close to the street and that big. But
Yeah.
so with that, just looking with my opinion, I would have to look at it again when it comes in to see how I would vote going forward. But all set, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fachaia. Mr. Delaney.
Oh,
Mr. Delaney.
yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I like the design. I like everything. But if he kept the original commercial space, what would that do? Would that do something to the second floor of this building?
Truthfully, I don't have expertise of the engineer or architect to looking at the plan, though part of the loss of the commercial space on the first floor is relegated to the stairwell going up to the second floor. There's 388 square feet for the residential space on the first floor. So effectively, that's the amount of the space given up together with the space for the internal stairwell to the second floor. So, how that translates into redesign without that, I don't know how that could be done.
I'm not looking at it as redesign.
Yeah.
You have like 1,800 square feet with this plan that we have.
Correct.
Originally, we had 2,500 square feet.
But there was approximately 2,600. It was the full footprint of the
First floor.
so.
Of the first,
So-
okay. So the thing is, you're taking up, say 400 square feet for the stairwell. Approximate number?
Well, the stairwell and that one residential unit on the first floor of the residential unit has a space of 388 square feet.
Okay. All right, I'm all set, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a problem with this. I was just trying to get the difference between the commercial and the residential, but whatever. I hate to see the commercial space cut down to that level. I kind of go along a little bit with Mr. Ryder here. But other than that, I think it's a nice looking building. It's gonna look nice on Main Street. Matter of fact, anything new and nice like this will look good on Main Street as far as I'm concerned. But I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Mr. Fowler, did you have anything else before I go?
Yeah, just if someone could do this, I think I know what happened. I picked up my package on Thursday and it wasn't totally complete. I just wanted to take what we had. So I believe if someone has a, you know, the hello, if someone has a, just what the building looks like, the new rendering for the building, if they can just put it up on the screen just for 30 seconds, I'll be satisfied with that.
Mr. Chairman, hold on.
Mr. Plunkett, are you able to share your screen? There you
Yes,
go.
I'm trying to,
Oh, boy.
Getting closer.
Might have been
He's,
easier if someone just went like this, put it up on the screen.
It looks like he's trying hard.
Oh, that's it. Almost.
Who are we looking here?
I just like the rendering, the front, what the building looks like. Little closer, Stephen, a little closer. Oh, that's much better. That's much better. That's fine. I'm all set.
All
Thank
right,
you.
look at that. Multitasking. I like it. All right. All right. So then,
Thank you, Steve.
no problem. All right. So for me, you know, I think I'll kind of split down the middle here, which is because the Foster building's next door and because the new fire station is going in on the other side, I'm not as concerned about the size change. But I'm only not concerned about it in the following, I think the following setup, which is I'd rather see that bottom section that's currently being looked at as being a studio go back to being commercial, even if it's a small space. I know where the rest of the space is that we lost because it's not just the stairwell. Because you have that second floor, I'm assuming it's that sprinkler room and that electric room that weren't on the original floor for that original, you know, single level submission. So I think that's where we're losing the rest of that 400 square feet. So to me, if the bottom floor stays commercial in however you need to lay it out for it to work, I don't mind necessarily trading that off for the second floor being residential. Because I think the way the building looks, I think it would look and fit between the Foster School and, well, school, that's a name, but the Foster building and the new fire station, as well as the house that's in front of the fire station. I actually think height-wise, that does not look out of place in the area. And on the other one, as far as it being close to the street, and again, I don't have a problem with that because it goes along with the master plan that we have, which basically says that you want the parking behind buildings. You want the buildings out towards the street. So that's sort of the new, I mean, at least that fits with the master plan. That's how we've been telling people, at least through the master plan, that that's the preference, is to kind of hide the parking. Otherwise, you get that front section of asphalt that everybody has to look at rather than just putting it behind. So I don't have an issue with the building being out to street level. But like I said, you know, my trade-off would be I'd want to see the bottom floor stay all commercial. And then at worst, because you need the stairwell and the sprinkler and the electric room, you lose about 400 square feet of commercial. I can live with that if the bottom floor stays. So that's how I guess that would be my recommendations. Like Mr. Fratalia, you know, I'll wait and see what you want to submit and review it, but that's kind of where I think I come down on it. And then the only other one that I would say, and I feel like I would like us to try and look at this going forward from now on, for these commercial spaces, in the event that the front of the building is not used like a front of a building, and there are going to be window coverings used, I want the board to be able to approve what's going to go in those windows. because some of the commercial up and down Main Street has nice window coverings that face out to the street, and others are questionable. So as far as I'm concerned, that's now becoming part of the decor of what we're going to be looking at. And if you're not going to use the front of the building like a front of the building, and you're going to cover those, I'd like us to know what that's going to be. But otherwise, I'm all set. Anyone have anything else on this one?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a comment if I could. So, Mr.
Mr.
Plunkett,
Spencer.
is that going to be you said a 300 plus square foot unit, right?
Correct.
On the first floor. So that's going to be what? That's the affordable unit as well?
I don't know. We haven't settled on what unit would be the affordable unit or not. That would be obviously a small unit, not what do they call it? A
Studio?
style unit. So,
Okay.
I mean, that's something that we could discuss further during the modification submittal in terms of which unit is to be designated.
Okay. I
of
thought
the
you
house.
mentioned that earlier, that affordable unit was going to be on the first floor.
No,
But, okay.
I said one of the 4 units would be
It could be a handicap.
for the housing, affordable housing component.
It just seems like it's a very small unit, but that's just my opinion. So,
Yeah,
All
it's
set,
it's
Mr.
just a studio style.
yeah,
Uh,
okay.
All
All
right,
set, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman,
Plunkett,
thank you.
anything else?
No, I appreciate, the feedback, very helpful, and thank you for the time.
No problem. I see that we will speak to you again several times this evening, so we'll take a break and we'll move on to 527 Chandler Street. Approval not required plan. Let's see, are you on this one, Mr. Plunkett?
Yes,
All right, so you're right back up.
Chairman, hey, I got an email from the engineer just around 5:30 that he was on his way to the hospital. So, he's not gonna be here. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but hopefully he's
Well, hopefully it was
fine.
nothing bad.
But this is the Oblate Fathers parcel, on the opposite side of Chandler Street from where their building is. It's an open, parcel. It's an open parcel of land. It was registered land. So unfortunately, because it was registered land, the rules and regulations, and it's under agreement for sale, that they're trying to sell the parcel. And the original mother parcel had over the years just had small parcels sectioned off per plans that were approved. And they could not allow just a reference to the original parcel minus the parcels that were out, and they required a description of the property, a perimeter, a plan showing the perimeter of the parcel as it exists today. So there are 2 MyLars included with the submittal because with it being registered land, one has to stay with the land court, and the other one will then be recorded Middlesex North Registered Land Department. So really, all it is, it took 9 months with the COVID and all the people working off site. Actually, I think we're into 10 months to finally get the land courts to approve of the perimeter plan as submitted to you. So, it's nothing more than showing what exists, no changes, no subdivision. So you have the frontage, you have the property is more than 150 feet of frontage, and there's no subdivision of the property at this time. It's merely a representation of the property as it currently exists, as held by the Oblate Fathers.
All right, Mr. Fattalia.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I'm all set. That was a great explanation, David. Thank you very much, and I'm good.
All right, Mr. Delaney.
I'm all set with this.
All right, Mr. Fowler,
I'm all set.
Mr. Ryder.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, Mr. Chairman, wasn't this parcel in once before and we had some questions about the driveways?
Well, that would have been for the potential for the development of the land. This is
Correct.
really just something to clear up with land court. They're very stickly
Oh.
about their
No,
plans.
no, I understand. I just for, I guess the public, if anyone's watching, where this was in once before. I understand what this is, but I just want to bring that up. Other than that, I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
All right, the chair is all set as well. What is the pleasure of the board?
Motion to endorse the plan.
All right, we have a motion to endorse the plan. I'm just gonna go
Second.
straight to,
Second,
a motion made and seconded. I'm gonna go straight to a roll. Mr. Vitalia,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder.
Aye.
The chair votes aye as well, unanimous consent. All right, we're all set. Thank you, Mr. Plunkett.
Just a question, Mr. Chairman, when would the plans be available for, the Mylars be available for pickup?
Anna, is it
As
just
I
a
say,
matter of me
this-
coming in and
This has
signing
been
them?
pending for months. And it has nothing to do on your side, but, it's the.
I would say this week, Dave, at some point.
I
I mean, they're pretty good in the office there, so.
Is
Yeah.
Anna still there? Ms. McGinty? She may have stepped off. David, ask me again at the end, but if it's
Okay.
just a matter of getting in and sign it, I can do that as quick as they tell me it's okay.
Okay.
All right,
All right, that'd be very much appreciated. Thank you.
all right. Moving on to agenda item B6. 120 Lumber Lane Special Permit Extension Request. Mr. Plunkett, I believe you are back up again.
I never left.
We have to make you a
It's,
new honorary
Mr.
member again,
Chairman,
Mr. Plunkett, if you keep this up.
This
He's up
is,
next, too.
I'm just looking at the, Mr. Phelan is online, also, as you know, Mr. Phelan is the principal of the 120 Lumber Lane LLC. This is a situation where shortly after the approval, COVID hit. And, there are a number of different levels of, schedules or timeframes of, standards that were set. Some reference to 2 years, some reference to a year after doing something else. And then overall general reference to 3 years for the special permit. As I stated in the narrative letter, there was a significant amount of work has taken place there. But, there have been some major issues relative to being able to find contractors, hold on to contractors. And, we thought that Mr. Phelan himself has had a health issue that he's had to deal with, separate and apart from the COVID over the last year. But, the thought was, in light also that, we have the new building commissioner who's now getting taken over from the former building commissioner. We've had the, very tragic loss or unfortunate loss of town council, was instrumental in dealing with this a year ago. And, the thought is that, if we could just, the date we have suggested is the 3 years from the date of the running of the appellate period from the filing of the initial decision with the town clerk's office. So this would basically just clarify that, look, everything is going to fall under the parameters of the 3-year statute of limitations, or the 3-year time period that's associated with the special permit, with the understanding also Mr. Phelan is going to continue moving forward. And despite all the obstacles and issues, there has been significant headway, at this site. The building number 2 is 100% compliant right now. Fire sprinklers, they're 98%, compliant for all the buildings. They have done, significant, progress with basically all the major issues. There was recently, a request by the building commissioner for one of the buildings to do a formal code review for, I think it was building number 4, or I leave that to Joe to correct me, but just one of the buildings. So he's already engaged a company to do that. So, we have a situation where COVID hit. We're dealing with it as best as possible. We have other issues that have, requests have come up from the town as part and parcel of the process. And, hey, no one is crying or complaining at this point. They're just doing what the town is asking. So we're trying to anticipate, and I think it would be better for all involved if we just had a global determination of all issues will fall into the 3-year time period.
All right, thank you, Mr. Plunkett. Mr. Delaney.
No, I'm all set. I'm all set with this.
All right, Mr. Fratalia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Plunkett, we gave you what? You were supposed to have it completed by September 20th, right? September 2020?
Well, actually, it said that there would be significant, again, the language was that you would use, let me find, just give me 1 second, Mr. Fratalia. And,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Dick Cuco here, if I could just jump in for a minute.
Go ahead, Mr. Cuco.
The time, COVID aside, but it may be a side or a catastrophe of the COVID is that we applied for building permits, didn't get them for 9 months. Because of COVID and because of other things. So when you look at it, the first 9 months, Mr. Fratalia, we couldn't do anything because we couldn't get permits. So then when you added on the additional requirements, which the new building commissioner has asked for and Joe has agreed to do, wasn't part of the original agreement that was fostered by Mr. Johnson and Attorney Zaroulis. So I think he's made great strides, but unfortunately, we got a moving target here. So we're trying to do the best we can.
I understand, Mr. Cuco. Thank you. I guess my only concern is if the 3 years is approved, that it'll take 3 years. Versus if we do a 1 or 2 year extension and see how we go, it may put a fire under the applicants to get it resolved and get it done and finalized. Versus a 3 year and we just let it go, and then you still will not be in compliance. But
well,
that was only my general concern.
Yeah.
So
the situation
this wasn't because of any dereliction of duty or someone not having fire, as an incentive underneath them. Mr. Phelan has worked diligently to the best of his ability, and again, significant progress has been made. As Mr. Cuco said, there have been some add-ons that, look, that happens and we're dealing with it. But, Mr. Phelan wants nothing more than to complete this as soon as possible. And it's just a matter of trying to be realistic with, the problems of getting started and retaining contractors, and also dealing with some new requested details that weren't part of the original agreement. Again, there's absolutely no incentive for Mr. Phelan to do anything other than to try to get this done as quickly as possible, but we're trying to be realistic with the time frame to get it done also.
So Plunkett, I'm not questioning Mr. Phelan's due diligence. He's been a great businessman in town, and we appreciate him staying in town. I do as well. like I said, it's just looking for the residents, I mean, the units that are in there to get resolved and hopefully sooner than later, that's all. So with that, I'll end, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fattalia. Mr. Ryder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to agree with Mr. Fratalia here. I would be more comfortable with 1 year at a time, just to understanding that these are requirements that need to be done. But I think 3 years is pushing it out to the 23 is a little far. I'd like to see it done sooner than later, as Mr. Fratalia stated. No fault of Mr. Phelan, but I would like to see this expedited. So I would be more in favor of doing 2022, but I'll see what my fellow board members say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Mr. Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I like to be the guy that goes in the middle. I think 3 years is a long time, and I think 1 year could be a little too short, because who knows what's going to happen. We don't know when COVID's going to end. So I would suggest that we look at this and give them a 2-year extension. That's my feeling.
Okay. All right, all set, Mr. Fowler, otherwise? All right. So,
Mr. Chairman,
I
could I
guess-
just for clarification, just make sure the date that I had isn't 3 years from today's date. That would be 3 years from the original expiration of the appeal period in which the special permit would come to an end if not completed. So, we're not looking to extend that time frame at all. We're just trying to put this all under the same umbrella of, timing. But I'm not, I just wanted to clarify that I'm not saying 3 years from today's date. We're saying March 17th, 2023 would have been 3 years from the original date of issuance and running of the appeal.
Right. So I think for my purposes, I'm going to be along the same lines as Mr. Fowler, though. I'd just like to see kind of split the difference here. If we use the original dates, which is the September 1st was 2020, was when it's supposed to be completed. If we did the extension to September 1st, 2022, you end up with a year and a half, or just about a year and a half from now, and 6 months short of that 2023 March date that you're talking about. So that's kind of somewhere in the middle. It also keeps it on the same time frame as what these were actually on, which was that September timeline, rather than the March one for the special permit itself. So I'd be fine if we extended this out to September 1st, 2022. I mean, nothing stops you from coming back if, there's still problems or whatever. But I think at that point, then you look at it, it's a 2-year extension from the original date, in 2020, but it's also not pushing it off into that 2023 for when the permit itself for everything was going to run out. So
Yeah, that should be good, Mr. Chairman, because we actually anticipate that it would be done within that time frame.
Okay.
It's just that this Article 34 thing, it's kind of a wild card, and it's like somebody coming into your house that you've lived in for 40 years saying it doesn't comply with today's today's building code. So that should be fine, what you suggested, Mr. Chairman, and if any unforeseen circumstances come up, we would come in, probably 6 months before that to discuss it with you.
Otherwise, I'm all set. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go make a motion that we adopt what you have suggested as far as that goes. And I'm sure in the meantime, Mr. Phelan and team will do their due diligence, and we'll have an update from the building inspector as well. So I think that's a great time frame, September 2022. Is that correct?
So
Correct.
September 1st, 2022 for the extension of the special permit what are they, special conditions? Is that what, how we term these?
Yes.
Additional special permit provisions that were set to expire on September 1st, 2020.
I'll second that.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion made and seconded. We'll go right to roll. Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Battaglia,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well, unanimous. All right, we're all set.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, board members.
All right. Moving on to agenda item B7, 181 Pine Street A&R plan. Mr. Plunkett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe Mr. Hammer is on board and he'll go through the plan.
All right, Mr. Hammer.
Can you hear
Mr.
me?
Hammer, you're muted.
Yeah, I think we got you now.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Thank you. Floor is yours, Mr. Hammer.
Everyone see this plan?
Yes.
So what we're doing here is we're going to create a non-buildable parcel here as parcel A. That parcel will be 4,562 square feet, and that's here. And what will remain is parcel 3A, which will also be labeling non-buildable, which is 205,655 square feet. And both of those lots are going to be labeled non-buildable, thus meeting the requirements for A&R.
All right, start with Mr. Fowler. Go ahead, Mr. Fowler.
Sorry.
Yep, there you are.
Yeah, there I am. Mr. Hammer, could you explain, not necessarily to me, but for the public, as why you would list these as non-buildable?
Certainly. The reason being is that parcel A does not have sufficient frontage and lot area. And parcel 3A has sufficient lot area, but insufficient frontage on Pine Street.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer. Now we all know. Thank you. I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Mr. Delaney.
I'm all set, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Mr. Ryder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for, I know this is, this area has been lots of conversation about this. Can the engineer just please explain that if any impact on the other proposed 181 Pine Street, the development, will there any impact on that?
Sure, I can answer that, Mr. Ryder. We've checked the open space residential subdivision calculations, and the creation of parcel A will not impact that overall calculation.
Okay.
So just a reminder to those who happen to have this on a TV at home.
Someone's TV's on.
Yeah, you're getting the delay, so it's coming in the background. So
Mhm.
you might want to mute your TV if you've got it on behind you, and or also mute your call if you're not the one speaking. That's if you don't mind. Mr. Ryder, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the applicant. Now, will, as part of this non-buildable parcels, will any of these areas be disturbed as part of the 181 Pine Street project? Will this be used for any compensatory storage or anything of that nature?
No, it will not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hammer.
All right, Mr. Fratalia.
All set, Mr. Chairman.
All right, the chair is all set as well. What is the pleasure of the board?
Make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to approve the approval not required plan as submitted at 181 Pine Street.
All right, so we
Second.
have a motion, all right, we have a motion made to endorse the A&R plan. We have a second. Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Battaglia,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. Unanimous consent for the endorsement of A&R. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Much. I gotta unshare this now.
All right, all right. Moving on to agenda item C. Right, before we start that, just a reminder to everybody at home again, if you want to call in, it's 978-771-0819 as we are
C.
moving on to the public
C.
hearing portion of our hearing this evening.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Delaney.
I don't know if I should bring it up now or bring it up at the end of the meeting, but, you know, on the boards, you know, for the committees that we sit on,
Yes,
I don't see it here. They still have me as on the NIMCOG, they still have me on as a participant of that. And I handed in a letter to the Mr. Chairman, Mr. Fowler, that I resigned from that committee.
okay. Do we currently have anybody who is on that committee?
No.
We don't.
Oh, I brought
All right.
that to the office.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we
Yes.
left it on your handout because you were doing the reelection.
Okay,
And so we thought it would be addressed tonight.
all right. All right, well, rather than backtracking on that right now, why don't we wait and we'll try to deal with that at our next meeting? I don't want to bog things down trying to figure
Sounds
that out
great.
right now.
That
All right.
sounds good to me too, sir.
Okay, very good. All right, so then we will continue to move on to agenda item C, which is proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw annual town meeting. I'm going to guess that that is why Mr. Sadwick is on the call. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Sadwick, the floor is yours.
Do you want to waive the reading?
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Chairman?
do we have a motion to waive the public reading?
So moved.
So moved.
All right, so I have a motion made and seconded. Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fattalia,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney.
He just stepped away from his computer, Stephen.
All right, well, the chair votes aye, so we have 4-0 with one abstention for that one then. All right, Mr. Sadwick, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to all of the new officers of the planning board. Steve Sadwick, Assistant Town Manager, have been working on the zoning bylaw project since 2016 with the zoning bylaw committee. The planning board joined us in a number of meetings and has stayed on top of this whole initiative and effort and worked with the committee, and it was very much appreciated. It was wrapped up and ready to go at last town meeting, but the committee at the 11th hour decided to withdraw it for COVID purposes out of an abundance of caution for people that wanted to participate in that last year. This, I believe, will be Article 34, which is the zoning recodification article for the annual town meeting, which is scheduled for May 3rd, and zoning will be taken up on Wednesday, May 5th. And just to real quickly go through this, I was thinking about this by the numbers, and you know, in 2002, we recodified the zoning bylaw, and from that point forward until 2015, there were 130 amendments that were made to the zoning bylaw. So the current bylaw today has 130 amendments that were attached to it, trying to clean things up, straighten things out, drop in some new policy issues, and it's become a little bit wobbly and inconsistent internally. And then there's some inconsistencies that we ran into with some state laws. I think everyone's aware that the committee met over the course of 5 years. There were 44 meetings of the committee, 9 public presentations. There are 9 videos that Anna McGinty and I did that are on the committee's website. There are 16 additional uses that were added to the use table over the course of the project. 10 drafts were posted on the website. And then there were 7 overlay districts that were reduced in the overall product. Again, I think it's no surprise that, the goals were looking to reorganize, reposition, renumber sections of the bylaw, update and clarify the purpose and authority, provide consistency, as I previously mentioned, reducing the number of overlays, strengthening design guidelines for the town center district, adding the recreational marijuana establishments, excluding retail, which we went through town meetings in 2018, I believe it was, and then mandating that 15% affordable housing is in multifamily developments, capping multifamily developments to 7 units per acre, except in the town center and mixed use business district, and then updating the sign bylaw to meet with current Supreme Court rulings that have occurred. So again, this could be very boring and dry because zoning is, that's what it is. But what I was thinking about doing very quickly, if the board was interested, was to actually share a comparison between the I'm sorry, I put up the bylaw itself. The bylaw itself, just so that people are aware, we're at about 108 pages, I believe, compared to the current bylaw that has about 140, I believe, pages to it. But what I wanted to show was the difference in the tables of contents, because I think that's the easiest way to kind of go through this. And again, I'm going to try and go through it quickly so that it's not doesn't take up your entire evening. I'm going to close out of this one. There we go. Okay, so you can see here that section 1 kind of lines up with section 1000 in the existing bylaw. Section 2 is where definitions land now in the existing bylaw. That comes at the end of the bylaw. And what we've done here is we've grouped all like terms together, as well as pull in floodplain, groundwater protection district, marijuana, and wireless definitions. All definitions in the bylaw would be in section 2 here. Section 3 is administration and enforcement. That again is at the end of our current zoning bylaw. And you can see here that they kind of line up the same. I would point out that this 9140 non-criminal disposition is something that is allowed by the general bylaw. So it doesn't show up in the proposed zoning bylaw. Special permits pretty much line up the same way, but again, in our current bylaw, that's at the end of the bylaw. Here, I'm highlighting that we have an introduction of site plan review, which is something a little bit different than what we're currently operating under with permit. The site plan review would be for both by right uses and for special permits, and it really depends on the size of the project and whether or not it's a non-residential project. Establishment of the districts, again, very closely follows with what we have in the existing zoning bylaw. And then district regulations. The new bylaw kind of goes through and explains the districts a little bit more in depth than what we have. We actually have no descriptions for some of our underlying districts in the current zoning bylaw. Here you can see community design and dimensional density requirements. That would be in section 5, whereas today it's the 4100 series and appendix B. So there is no appendix. It's actually in the text now, when we're talking about these different districts. On the use regulations, that's pretty much standard, and it matches up pretty closely. The floodplain district, I will tell you that there were no changes to the floodplain map itself, but to the some of the language in the floodplain district. We received notification from FEMA that they wanted us to update some language, so we went ahead and did that. Coming down to section 5.6, which is the groundwater protection district. Again, just about everything transferred over, although there was a request from the EPA to include the Sutton Brook disposal area. That's the Rockwell landfill, because they were concerned about groundwater in that area, and it was part of the consent decree that we complied with that. The marijuana dispensary overlay district is the same what we have for in the existing bylaw for registered marijuana dispensaries, with two exceptions. One of them was we removed the requirement that it had to be in a standalone single-use building. So again, this is for medical marijuana. And then we also removed the square footage limitation. I think, we put this in place back when it was originally authorized by the state. And what we've seen over time is that a lot of these are ending up in mixed with other types of uses. Site development standards in section 6 is probably where there was the biggest amount of movement in things, because our current bylaw has this split up in 3 different sections. So it's in the 5100 section, it's in the 5400 section, and then it's in the 9400 section. So we now take in the new bylaw and put all of this in one location so that owners, developers, abutters can all find the requirements in the one section without having to know where to go and look for these different hidden places within the existing zoning bylaw. We also put the table of parking requirements into the text of this bylaw, so there's no longer an Appendix C. Signs, we kind of, like I said, cleaned that up according to court cases. Off-premise signs, which are the billboards, the language carries just like in the existing bylaw, but I will say, for full disclosure, that the committee talked about this and believe that the 1,000 feet from residential district or use was a bit excessive. And so what they did was they have submitted in this draft that it would be 500 feet from a residential use. The 6.4 that's highlighted here, Town Center District Development Standards, is something that doesn't exist in the current zoning bylaw. Under special regulations for family suites, the one change that occurs there is that all family suites will be a special permit by the planning board. Adult use establishments did not change at all. Large ground scaled mounted solar photovoltaic facilities. The one change that occurred there is that the committee looked at other communities and what they had for a minimum lot size. We had 20 acres in our existing bylaw, and the committee settled on 5 acres for those types of facilities. Section 7.5, removal of sand, gravel, quarry, and other earth materials, is something that doesn't exist in our current bylaw, and it was added into the new draft. I'm just showing here for other development regulations how things line up to the existing bylaw. There wasn't much of a change there either. Multifamily dwellings is very close to what we have in the current bylaw for multifamily dwellings in the MFD and the MFD 55. Affordable housing requirements. The 2 biggest changes there, again, like I said at the beginning, for multifamily projects, it would be 15% would need to be built in the development, and no fee in lieu of would be authorized. Again, we had a long conversation, the committee had a long conversation with the planning board about this. And the other thing is the establishment of the fee in lieu of actually shifts from the housing partnership in the existing bylaw to the planning board, and that was based upon the recommendation of the consultants and senior town council. And then wireless communication facilities, there are no longer relation or locational requirements here. And that was after consultation with the consultants. And again, recognizing that wireless facilities are allowed in all districts, but we can use a special permit to control those. And so we kept all of the controls in place. We just don't have locational requirements. 8.6 is a new addition, and this came about from an FCC ruling. I think it was in 2019 for small wireless facilities. Most of them are in the right of way, which would be the selectmen's purview, but we were concerned about wireless facilities outside of the rights of way. And so it shows up here, and it would be a special permit for the planning board. And then recreational marijuana establishments, we have nothing in the existing bylaw today to address that we allow for recreational marijuana cultivation, manufacturing, and research. So those are allowed uses, but we don't have any type of means of controlling them. So the new bylaw would actually put those controls in place. And then the last items over on the right-hand side are things that don't show up in the new bylaw, that being transitional district regulations. Those would be covered in the planning board. They're either covered in general areas in the bylaw for business districts, or they would be picked up by the planning board for special permits. The office research district was primarily for accessory uses in the office research district. Community development district, there's only one in town, and in discussing this, the committee and the consultants decided that you could make that a multifamily district and the uses would be allowed there. So that's what the proposal is. The Highway Corridor Overlay District was for the Mills Mall back in 2004. It basically cut and pasted most of the zoning bylaw and put it into one section. So our bylaw is probably double the size it should be, because a number of things reside in there that are duplicated from other sections of the current zoning bylaw. Community Village Overlay District disappears, but those areas that already have developments are either zoned as multifamily or they're zoned as mixed use business. And then the use special permit in section 9500 is something that went into the zoning bylaw back in 2002, and it's more focused on thresholds, and those types of thresholds are really picked up in our site plan review proposal back in section 3.6 of the proposed zoning bylaw. So that's pretty much my presentation on Article 34. If there's questions or people wanted to talk specifics, I could call up the draft itself and we could walk through that if there was an interest.
Steve, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. As our representative to the Bylaws Subcommittee and their chairman, we'll start with Mr. Fowler.
He's on mute.
Bob's on mute.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think I could add anything more than what Stephen did, the way he broke this down, the way he used the chart and explained it. You could only confuse people more so by going through the dry language. The final end result is what he read. And that to me was the way to do it. But so, Mr. Chairman, I think for now I'm all set.
All right. Mr. Fattalia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kudos to Mr. Sadwick and Mr. Cuco and Mr. Fowler and the rest of the committee involved in this, Mr. Johnson, Todd Johnson, Mr. Kratman, and everybody else, Dawn, as far as all her input. you know, this is a package that was reviewed by, like I said, like Mr. Sadwick said, 44 meetings. The consultant was brought in. I attended a couple of the sessions as well, and I attended one of the sessions at Town Hall. You know, is it perfect? I don't think it is perfect. I don't think, you know, are we going to get any better? I don't think so. I think what we have now, we should move on and adopt it. I think, Mr. Sadwick, if you present it like you did tonight, I think with all the facts and figures and the cost of the consultants, I think anybody that doesn't agree with this is crazy, but that's my opinion. So I think it should go in as is with no amendments. Hopefully that can happen. I'm not sure it will, but I think it's a better package than we had before, a better zoning bylaw than we had before, and I think it's worthy of it getting approved at town meeting. So with that, I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vitale. Mr. Delaney.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. You know, they've worked. We've had a committee, people that we trust a lot, Mr. Fowler, Mr. Sadwick, Mr. Cuco. They've worked awfully hard. I don't see where we could even delve into this and make any changes to what they've already dealt with. So I go along with this package completely. And I trust the words of the people that are giving it to me. So we will go from there. I'm all set.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Ryder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo my colleagues. I know this has been a long and daunting task, and understanding we didn't get everything that we wanted in this time around, but I think we got the critical points. And I want to commend all that put their time and effort in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Yeah, I got to say the same. Mr. Sadwick, so just from the last version that was submitted to us for the last town meeting to this one, you did make one note, but other than that one, is there anything else that's different in this version from the one we last made a recommendation on?
There were the two.
I'm sorry, two.
Yeah, so it was.
But you highlighted the only two. Is that it?
Yeah, although
Okay.
you know, I did get a resident that picked up that we in the billboard section for off-premises signs, we were referring to it as off-premise, and it's actually supposed to be off-premises. We went back and looked at Black's Law Dictionary and everything else, and so we made that revision. I think we found one use that was double listed in the use table that we removed, but those were more typographical things.
But nothing
Content-wise.
substantive.
Right. It was only the floodplain and groundwater protection.
I'll give whoever that was credit for going through it apparently with a fine-tooth comb. So the bottom line is this version easier to follow with less inconsistency and ambiguity. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At the same time, though, it remains a complex, interdependent, as well as being determined by a lot by federal and state rules, regulations, and court decisions. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. So I'll sort of echo Mr. Fratelli's comment, which is this really needs to go through the way it is, as far as I'm concerned. You know, changes to this are going to be. It took 5 years to put this together. Even if you want to call it 4.5, because it could have gone in at the last meeting, that's still a significant amount of time and effort put into this to cross all the T's, dot all the I's, address all the concerns that could be addressed in the best way they could be. And as we all know, amendments made at town meeting to anything are confusing to the members, or the citizens there, difficult for the boards that are directly in charge of those type of issues to comment on properly, vote on, give recommendations for. I suspect that we'll get a recommendation for adoption for this article once we're all done. But I'll say that my support of this is, one, because of the work done by all the people that have been discussed tonight, but also specific to what has been submitted. I support what's being submitted. My support more than likely ends the first person who gets up and tries to amend this at town meeting. Because I just think there is too much complexity to this to be handled at town meeting. If there really are things that could be changed, they can be dealt with individually after the rest of the whole bylaw is passed. So I hope that that's what we want. I hope that's what the Board of Selectmen, when they make their recommendation, want or discuss this. And I hope that's what town meeting will do, because I think it would be a real disservice to the efforts that have been put in by everyone to start carving this up for personal reasons without really knowing what effect they might really have on the overall product. So with that, we'll open up to the public. Brian, do we have anybody who's called in?
We have no callers, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so we'll give this just a few seconds to make sure that there isn't anybody trying to call in on the delay. Again, we'll give that number 978-771-0819 for anyone calling on the public hearing item. Mr. Sadwick, while we just make sure no one calls in, do you have anything else to add?
The only other thing I would add, and this has kind of been a background issue, is with the recent passage of the economic development bill that was signed by the governor and discussion about simple majority for housing amendments. This is something that we've been looking at very closely, town council, myself. The state has put out some guidance over the weekend that recently basically saying that if an article has been submitted or it's too late to make any changes to it, then you should go forward with the 2/3 vote. So I haven't had a chance to talk to town council today about that, but I forwarded it to him. So I just wanted that everyone to understand that this is a complete package of changes. And while the recent law says for housing changes, it has to be a simple majority. In our thought process, it's basically, if we hit a 2/3 majority, we would exceed that number. So it would be very difficult to pull out the threads. And as the chairman had referenced, once you start doing that, it makes it even more complicated. So we're kind of comfortable right now with the 2/3 vote for the entire package.
All right.
Mr.
So Brian,
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
And I apologize if you covered this before, but
Mr. Plunkett, because we're going to treat this like a public hearing and as if you were
Yeah,
someone
I'm
calling
sorry,
in, if you just give
David
name and
Plunkett,
address.
David Plunkett, 257 Fifth Street.
Thank you.
I had read something back when this was coming up before, that the potential that the town moderator could establish a protocol that there would be no amendments allowed, that it's either an up or down for the package as a whole. Is that still being explored, or did you address this before?
We've talked with town council about that and are still kind of working through those issues. It may not be that simple. It may be a little bit more of the town moderator expressing that it is a complicated document and that changes will have to be viewed as to whether they're a simple change or they're a change that could have unintended consequences throughout the document. So we're not finished with that discussion yet.
Yeah, because didn't the Simon's parcel, wasn't that a full take it or leave it, up and down vote?
That may have been on the development agreement. We did 2 votes back in 2004 when we did that. One was for the zoning amendment itself, and the other one was for the development agreement that was kind of wrapped into that whole thing.
Because it certainly would be better if that was established as the mindset of the people voting, that, you can't pick it apart because then you destroy it and it's up and down. I mean, that would just be my thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plunkett. Brian, again, nobody, right?
Still no callers, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so then we'll bring it back to the board. What is the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion to accept.
I think we got to close first.
Mr. Chair, motion to close the hearing.
All right, so we have a
Second.
motion to close. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
chair votes aye as well. All right, as to a recommendation for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment, Mr. Stawick, did you say there's a set number for this?
Article 34.
Article 34, unless
To the
otherwise.
best of my knowledge, it's 34 right now.
So do we have a motion to, for a recommendation?
Motion to support Article 34 at the annual town meeting.
All right, so we have a motion to adopt. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, a motion made and seconded. Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well, so unanimous support for adoption. All right, thank you. Mr. Stawick, that's it from you, correct?
Nope.
No, what else did you have? Did I miss one?
Article 35 is the map.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forget
That's
those are
okay.
separate.
Motion
Yep.
to,
There you go.
motion to adopt the submittal of the map as submitted.
I think I just got to throw it out to the audience first, just to make sure there isn't, for some reason, someone
Okay.
who wishes to comment on the map. But
Right.
Brian, I will presume that there is nobody waiting on the line just to discuss the map.
No.
That presumption is correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so then we will move back to Mr. Fowler. Mr. Fowler, do you have a motion to close the hearing on, I guess this is Article 35?
Five. So moved.
So we have a motion made. We have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. As to a recommendation on Article 35.
Motion to adopt as submitted.
All right, we have a motion to adopt. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have motion made and second. Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. So unanimous for recommending adoption. All right,
Sadbrook, thank you very much.
thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Sadwick.
So, Mr. Savick, will you be presenting this at town meeting as well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
You need to ask the same question.
Practice.
All right, moving on to agenda item D, 15 Plunkett Way, Red Tail Construction, Family Suite Special Permit. Do I have a motion to waive the public reading?
So moved.
Motion made. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. All right, do we have anyone here for 15 Plunkett Way?
Yes, Stephen McCullough, Red Tail Construction, 733 Turnpike Street, North Andover, and Erminio Grasso, the homeowner for 15 Plunkett Way, is here also.
All right, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. What we propose is to create a family suite attached to their home on Plunkett Way for the purposes of, as we put in the narrative, of the mom who is now residing on her own in a single-family home, which is unusual for her existence. Basically, unfortunately, they lost their dad and her husband in this past fall timeframe. And Erminio has asked Red Tail Construction to assist proposing and building an in-law suite. And I look forward to potentially doing it. We believe we've met the requirements. It's under 1,000 square feet attached to the home, no new front entrance, access into the main living area, all on the same level with no restrictions in terms of thresholds and things of that sort, because we believe as the mom stays with Erminio's wife and the two kids, which are her grandkids, she's going to be happy being totally involved with the family. The family has always been, tight knit. So I don't think there's anything unusual about it in terms of an in-law suite. It fits perfectly cosmetically with the area, also as attached to the house, and there's some illustrative drawings in your packets, I believe. And that's essentially it. Arminio, if I've left something out, please jump right in.
Thanks, Steve. No, I just want to say I'm just trying to do the best for my mom and take care of her and give her a great place to live and be able to enjoy her grandkids, which is really what is the only thing that gives her pleasure now after losing her husband and my dad.
Yeah.
All right. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll go to Mr. Delaney. Mr. Delaney?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you.
Yes.
Okay. The only question I have, and I'll let everybody know that I'm really for this type of suite and so forth, but on the rendering, I don't, I'm looking at the front of the house, but the door and the stairway to get in is not shown on the rendering. Am I reading this correctly?
Well, if I may, this is Steve from Red Tail. The front door on the rendering is an existing door, and that is shown to get into the house. However, on the addition, the proposed addition for the in-law suite, there is a side door, because we didn't want to change or alter the look of the front of the house as we interpreted based on several comments made that you prefer to have the door on the side of the house as opposed to the front
Correct.
because of cosmetics. And we're fine with that. My goal as a builder is to create an environment for Charlotte, which is Arminio's mom, so that she can just live with her family members and the grandkids and be totally involved with the lifestyle. But the front door on the renderings is on the side of the house. And I have them right here if you need me to show you.
No, we got
The thing is, I can see the door, on the straight line drawing that you have. I can see the door, but on the rendering of the house, the gray, orange, or whatever color it might be, I don't see the door or a stairway coming down on the rendering. Am I looking at this correctly? I see the front door. I'm matching everything up, but I don't see on the end of the house, I don't see the stairway or any of that coming down.
Oh, the interesting thing about the elevations, and there is a rendering with the actual topology shown in there. On the side of the house, the proposed land or paver access into the side of the house is essentially almost at the same level of the threshold, because from the very front of the yard, it descends towards the front of the house and then towards the backyard for natural, occurring drainage. But on the side of the house, it's such that the proposed addition with that small door going into the in-law suite on the front section of the side of the house, the topology will basically be very close to the threshold area, except for the fact that we don't want snow buildup and that sort of thing. So we want to make, if mom wants to go in that way, we want to make it very easy for her. Did that answer?
I think I see the drawings. I like the renderings. I like everything about it, the project. It's just that was the only thing. When I looked at the colored rendering that you have, the only thing I was looking for was the stairway coming down. And I didn't see it, but I think you've explained it. So I'm all set with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Mr. Fratalia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Grasso, I commend you for your decision to do the right thing for your family. It's very honorable, and that's a great thing to do, and it's going to be a great extended family for your mom and your kids as well. So that's great.
Thank you, sir.
I've been by the house. I seen the house, beautiful looking house. Are you attached to the sewer already?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So that was one of the requirements there. So being at the house, are you going to have to relocate the AC unit on the side, Steve, or is that going to be another
Yeah.
project?
Yeah, it's going to have to be relocated
Okay.
to the extent of the proposed addition.
Yeah.
Because the existing AC system will be supplying the in-law suite on a separate zone.
Right. So that's all. I did see that the standing there. I'm like, oh, that's a little out of the expense, but hey, it's all worth it. So with that, I'm all for the family suite, and I love the idea. So good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Battaglia. Mr. Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also thank you for doing this, family first, as we like to say. And I see, Stephen, that you have followed the bylaw. You're under the 1,000 square feet, and you're correct. When the bylaw was done, they didn't want to have two front doors.
Right.
That would give the appearance of a two-family. And in a sense, this isn't. This is one family. So with the stairs and the door on the left side, that's terrific. My only question is, getting to, if you're outside, good weather, how would you go from the driveway to the sidewalk for the front door? Would there be another sidewalk going from the front door to the side door, or what?
Yeah, the proposed is that there will be a paver sidewalk going, just as you described,
Yeah.
from the existing front door, if she chooses not to use that, to go to the other, I wouldn't call it a front door, but the other proposed door on the in-law suite. So the answer is, yeah, it would be a paver style, something that would be in keeping with the existing. If you've been by the house, my goal, and Erminio, who is my boss, but my goal is to create a space that doesn't look like it ever was added on. In other words, we want to keep it and make it look as if this was the original concept of the house. That's sort of the challenge that I have pretty much with all of our projects, but that's important.
Yeah.
And I think it's in keeping with what most towns, I believe you folks would probably want to see it looking like a beautiful single-family house always.
That's correct.
So, yeah.
Stephen, you're absolutely right. Our opinion, my opinion is always, when we do these, we don't want it to look like an addition.
Right.
If an addition doesn't look like it belongs. This is going to look like it belongs, and that's terrific. Thank you. And I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Mr. Ryder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going second to last, it's a lot easy. All the other members, as Stephen says, everyone else has asked all the questions. One, I will only say, just from somebody that has gone through this, recommend making your internal doorways 36 inches for future. I went through this with my mom, and in hindsight, we wish we had done that. So just ease of access in case of a wheelchair down the road. So it makes just an idea.
No, it's a good idea. And actually,
it is,
because we've actually thought about that. All of the access ways are going to be at least 36 inches for potential future wheelchair type of situation, although we're not certain if that's going to occur. And the same thing for bathroom areas. We want to have no curb kind of a scenario for the shower area too, because
yeah, I noticed that with your shower, so I just wanted to touch base on your doorways. So
yeah, okay, great.
All right, thank you, but looks great, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. As Mr. Ryder pointed out, all the smart things have already been said by the time we get to me. So all I can say is good luck. Obviously, once we, I suspect, approve this, you still have to deal with the building inspector. We're one step, that's your other step. I will make the note, though, that somehow we managed to have Mr. Plunkett's last name, at least, in the only hearing that Mr. Plunkett was not speaking in. So he's running our meeting here tonight, it seems. So with that, we'll throw it out to the audience. If there's anybody on the line, Brian, I suspect not, because as with everybody else, I think we should always support these 100%. So I suspect no calls.
That's correct. No calls, Mr. Chairman.
All right, with that, I will bring it back to the board. What is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, motion to close the hearing.
I have a motion made. Do I have a second? All right, motion made and seconded. Mr. Delaney? Mr. Delaney, and you on
Aye.
mute, maybe? There we go. Mr. Fratalia?
Aye.
Mr. Fowler?
Aye.
Mr. Ryder?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye as well. What is the pleasure of the board as to the family suite special permit itself?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the family suite special permit at 15 Plunkett Way as designed.
All right, we have a motion made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Mr. Delaney?
Aye.
Mr. Fratalia?
Aye.
Mr. Fowler?
Aye.
Mr. Ryder?
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. Unanimous support for the family suite special permit. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Have a good night.
All right, thank you.
All right, moving on to agenda item E, 935 Main Street. It's the site plan special permit, land disturbance permit continued from our 322 meeting. Do we have anybody here for 935 Main Street?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman, Andy Street, Civil Design Consultants.
All right, Mr.
My name is
Street,
Michael Saccone. I'm here as well.
All right. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you don't mind, I'll share my screen here.
Thank you.
So, as you mentioned, we were here, I don't know, a little less than a month ago. I think at this point, the board's pretty well versed with the objectives of this project, but just as kind of a quick overview. This is the former site of the Tewksbury Police Station. It is 935 Main Street right now, the two curb cuts. There was when we started the project, there was still some paved areas and things like that associated with the police station here. The applicant got involved with this parcel through an RFP process through the town, and which had some provisions for working with the housing authority on buffers and parking spaces and things like that. The development itself consists of 18 units. There are 8 duplex buildings, 4 on each side of the driveway, and then there's a mixed-use building that is in the front of the parcel here, which will have 2 residential units in a commercial space, which the applicant has said he will fill with his own business. So single curb cut, there's 2 curb cuts now, reduced down to 1 to provide access. Parking will line the driveway. And then in the rear, we have 20 parking spaces dedicated to the Tewksbury Housing Authority, as well as some visitor parking for the development. So we've been back and forth with this board, with conservation, as well as the DPW, Ms. McGinty in the planner's office. I believe we've addressed comments thus far. Just to kind of recap where we've come. As I mentioned, the development itself is really largely the same since we were here conceptually. The unit count is the same. It's been 18 units the whole time, but there have been some changes as discussions have gone on. The mixed use in particular, that was an addition to this development that wasn't shown at the conceptual level. It was all duplexes when we first came in. Now we have that mixed use building up towards the front there. A lot of the changes and a lot of the things we've worked through have really been related to the housing authority parking spaces. At first we came in, these spaces were really right on the property line, shared between the housing authority property in the back and the development parcel. We're now providing a 10-foot buffer between the parking spaces and that property line. There's also a row of arborvitaes along that buffer to provide some shielding from the dwellings at the housing authority in this project. Walkway will exist between these parking spaces on the development side, connecting to the existing walkway on the housing authority side with a few bollard lights along that walkway as well. So you can see that a little better. In the parking spaces themselves too, there's 20 of them. We've added 2 ADA spaces as part of those 20. And then also there's will be a kind of a crosswalk, a striped walking area that leads to a walkway on the development side that extends all the way to Main Street. So that all those things were added as we made our way through the process, kind of in response to this board's comments. Also, well, I guess the housing authority parking spaces in general and the changes were made as we kind of worked through comments from this board and town administration. We've also added some reserve parking areas, and I'll get into those a little more as we move forward, but that's just one of the bigger changes we've made. We've had this parking waiver kind of throughout. The proposal was to provide, ask for a waiver to only provide 2 spaces per unit of duplexes, where the bylaw requires 3. But we are showing some possibilities for additional parking should they be needed. And I think last, as far as the progress we've made, is that 3 affordable units are being proposed out of those 18. Initially, we came in saying that 2 of them would be. So we've increased that to 3, which is in line with the typical 15% that often applies in other situations with multifamily. So from the last meeting, again, layout is largely the same. We've made some changes though, and I mentioned the reserve parking. I'll zoom in a little bit here so you can see that better. So we're showing some potential for reserve parking on either side of the housing authority parking row there. There's 2 spaces on this side. Really on both sides, there's 2 spaces on either side. And then across from the housing authority spaces, we're showing 4 behind units 9 and 10, and then another 3 behind units 11 and 12. So that's a total of 11 reserve parking spaces that, should they be needed in the future, could be constructed. I will say we didn't fully design these. They do fit. It was actually one of the comments from Kevin Hardiman, the town engineer. But these are shown as a representation that there is space to make this possible. It's certainly on the units, the spaces behind units 11 and 12, there's conservation implications. So whatever needs to happen, whether it's a condition or that the final plan, whoever's going to build this will need a engineered plan to build them. If it needs to be a condition, that will come back before this board, come back before conservation, whatever it might be. But the intent here is really just to show that those spaces are possible. So now with the parking that we have, we are providing 57 total parking spaces, 5 of which right now are dedicated as visitor, which isn't a requirement in the zoning per se, but something that I think is useful for the residents there to have some additional space should guests come. But the parking that is required based on the zoning bylaw is 57 spaces. So we have, including the visitor parking, 57, and we're required to provide 57. As far as the technical review goes, the last letter from the town engineer said the only outstanding comment they have was that reserve parking comment that I mentioned, where just making sure that should these be built, that they're built in a way that doesn't violate or go against any of the Conservation Commission regulations, and certainly the intent of what the planning board is trying to achieve as well. With the last package, there was also some representative architectural drawings. There was some revisions to the landscape plan to accommodate the new development or any changes we might have had kind of along the way. And also Ms. McGinty had a comment about some trees along Main Street. We changed those tree types to make sure they fit in with the town's goals along Main Street. But again, not a lot of substantive changes here, really just showing those reserve parking was kind of the biggest change. And I believe we've addressed all of the DPW's technical comments. So, the permits we're requesting were just mentioned. We're still in the process with Conservation Commission. I believe they meet next week. Our hope was to get a sense from this board and make sure we're in a good spot. And we're at the finish line with this board before we finish out with conservation. They haven't offered any substantive comments in the last several meetings, so we feel like we're in a pretty good standing with them. And I will say we are still requesting the parking waiver. It's a little gray, I think, because of the visitor parking, but we are including those. So in theory, we do provide less than the 3 spaces per unit, so we are still requesting that waiver to reduce the parking for the duplex units. I think that's kind of it. You know, me and Mike are both here to answer any questions you may have. Should you have any as you look at this new layout here.
Okay. Mr. Street, before I open it up to everyone, it's just for everybody at home's purposes, because we've had this conversation a couple of times on the parking. If the buildings were attached to each other as opposed to standalone, you would have sufficient parking.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep. As soon as the buildings have 3 or more units, it's only 2 spaces per unit that are required.
Okay, so aesthetically, this is the preferable design, but you could make the parking work if forced to do so.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
that's just for clarification for everybody, when we get to the waiver stuff. So with that, we'll go to Mr. Delaney.
First of all, I want to say that Mr. Street and Mr. Saccone, I was pretty tough in the beginning because of the 20 parking spaces for the housing authority. And by the looks of things, they've worked very, very hard to make the housing authority's dreams come true with their 20 parking spaces. I think they've done a hell of a job with the design. They're giving the housing authority even more than they thought they were going to get in the very beginning. I like the design. And how can I go against people that have been so good to the elderly in this town? I want to thank you all. I'm all set, Mr. Chairman. I've said what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney.
If I
Mr.
might,
Ryder.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Before we go to Mr. Ryder, go ahead. Mr. Street.
Just to kind of build on that too, I didn't mention this and we've talked about it before, but that row of arborvitaes was in the RFP as the housing authority providing those. And the applicant is placing those and warranting them for 3 years at his own expense. So I didn't mention that before, but that is something, continued work with the housing authority to make this as positive as possible for them.
And Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what this was all about. The development looks good. They found a way, if they needed parking spaces, extra parking spaces, they found a way to put them in. I think they've done their due diligence and they've worked to make, well, I tell you what, they've learned to make the elderly in our town happy with these spaces. I want to thank them both. Now I'm all set.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Mr. Ryder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, as Mr. Delaney stated, I've been a critic of this, but I think in the end, it's a nice project there. I like the sidewalk coming out to Main Street. I think that's going to give the people in the senior housing the ability to get access out to the bus or potentially walking over on the sidewalk over to town hall or, just get out and it be safe. Also, like to thank the applicant for providing the arborvitaes for the housing. And I appreciate you putting the effort in on the additional parking. I would like to see something maybe in the permit, the approval that we put in this, that they should come back in front of us, maybe a year's time or something, Mr. Chair, that we can, get an idea if additional parking is needed, and we'll put that as conditional. But I think those would fit specifically the maybe that one last spot behind onto the right side. You may have to do some sort of gravel or pervious pavement in that corner to meet any conservation requirements. But I think those will fit nicely. I'm all set for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman,
Rudd.
I might
Mr.
jump
Oh,
in just
go
to
ahead,
add on
Mr.
that
Street.
as well. Yeah, thank you. So kind of tied in with the idea of the pervious pavement, the stormwater systems are already sized as if the reserve parking is built. So, we're certainly open to whatever works for this board and the commission as far as a future surface treatment, but should they wind up being paved, there won't be a need to upgrade we have subsurface stormwater management, those won't need to be upgraded. So the systems are in place to handle those parking spaces should they be built.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Street. That'll actually, those would give you the ability for more snow storage too. Additional place for snow storage if you were to put the additional spots along the housing authority's parking. So you could put snow to the backside of that on that green space. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Andy and Mike for their due diligence in getting this project to where it is today. It wasn't easy. Andy thinks we're pretty tough. I know that. But I'm only kidding him. He's happy with happy with where the project is finalized. And Mike, you should be proud of what you're going to have there on Main Street for years to come. And I can't say anything more about the plan. It fits the need. It's going to look wonderful, and it'll be a nice asset to Route 38. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm all set.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Before I jump the gun, Mr. Street, did you have anything to add?
I do not. Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fratalia. Mr. Fratalia, do we have you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There you go.
Just a couple of questions for the applicant and so forth. I've been pretty hard on the project in the past, just because I wanted to make it the best possible project you can make, and for the residents that are going to be there, and so there's no other additional parking problems down the road. I know I recommended that maybe you reduce the size of the unit, maybe it would help with the parking. That kind of fell on deaf ears, but so be it. I hope there's no problems going forward. So the size of the mixed-use building, did you increase that or make that smaller, Mr. Street?
Actually, yes, I did not. That is slightly bigger than it was before. Yep, and we've updated the parking to accommodate that.
Okay. Bigger for what reason? Just curious.
We needed more space on the first floor
Okay,
for the office use.
I got you. Great.
It's going to fit us better now, and it's going to make a better appearance. It'll stand out as a mixed-use building. Number one. Number two, we have the space that we need on the first floor. We're going to utilize it, for one of my companies, and we just feel it's a better fit. We needed for the men's and ladies' room. We need a little extra space.
Great. Okay. I know you mentioned that. I just didn't know whether or what it was. So I know you also mentioned you had 5 commercial spaces. I only see 4 on the plan. Is there another one missing somewhere, or did I miss it?
So there's 5 visitor spaces.
5 visitor, 4 commercial. 4 will suffice for us. It'll be more than we need. Actually, we're probably going to use 3 of the commercial spaces.
Okay. All right.
So
I thought I had read somewhere if there was 5 commercial spaces, but maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes. So the accessible space is the 5th commercial space.
Yeah, the handicap accessible also goes with the commercial building.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That works. So my last question I have, Mr. Street, is I don't think you touched base with the postmaster, correct?
Actually, we did. Yes. Yeah, we spoke with them, showed them the plan, and the space we are showing for the mailbox here up towards the top.
Yep.
That's what we had proposed, and he indicated that was acceptable.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that there have to be so many parcel lockers included in that design?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right, because I know that's a regulation that's been approved, and they increased the size of the parcel lockers for I think it's one parcel locker for every 5 units because of the number of packages that come in now, I believe, so for residents, so that may increase the size of your concrete pad that you may need there. I'm not sure. I had hoped that you had shown a better better design of the space, but hey, if it works, it works. But other than that, thank you for doing what you did, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Battaglia. Again, I think, one of the things I hope everybody will appreciate, I know some of our projects have taken, or not our projects, but our hearings on projects have taken a little longer recently than maybe they have in the past. And I hope that everyone appreciates it. I think as a result, we're coming up with even better projects than maybe we even approved before because of that. I mean, this project alone, when you look at where it started to where it is now, everything from the crosswalk to, how the access into the housing authority works now, the spaces, the sidewalk that's now going to go, there's a way to get from the housing authority property all the way out safely to Main Street. That wasn't there before, but it is now.
Correct.
So I hope that, and I obviously I appreciate the work by the petitioner for getting us there. But I hope those at home that, sometimes they look at our, where we finish and don't always remember where we started in these projects as we've gone through them with the petitioners to try and make sure, and I think as Mr. Delaney pointed out first, how much better this project is now than where we started, and what it's going to potentially provide, not only to the petitioner on his property, but to the town between the housing authority and, how it looks. Just as I'm looking at the renderings, just as a reminder, and I think they're fine, but just, those outsides, what I guess would be the right side of the commercial building and the left side of unit, I guess, 1, I don't know, the ones out on the street. Just remembering that those are kind of what now becomes the front of those properties as far as 38 is concerned, just to make sure, even if it turns out that they're just aesthetics, if there's something that feels like it kind of needs to be there just to make that outside look as good as it can, please keep that in mind. I don't have a problem with the way it is now. I'm just saying, in the field, as you're looking at it, whether it's one of those fake windows or whatever, that just makes that side look that much better, because that is the front facing side for all intents and purposes to Main Street.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. We will dress that up. As a resident of the town, we started with this project. I'd say we didn't start on the right foot, but thanks to the cooperation of the members of the board, the Tewksbury Housing Authority, Andy's been very patient with me as well. I think the project is 100% better now than it was when we first presented. And yes, all that you stated, the sidewalk that gets everyone safely to Main Street, the parking, we're like a smidgen off of what would be needed. However, if we move the buildings together, we have more than enough parking. And I think it's important also that the residents of Tewksbury understand that. I've met personally with Melissa on site several times. Most recently, less than a week ago, I walked it with her and her maintenance superintendent, and she was thrilled. She was smiling. You may or may not have noticed, we've installed 40 of the arborvitaes already. There are 20 more to go. Not only are they as promised, they're beautiful, 8 foot tall. And Melissa was there and gave us the green light before we did it. So we're well on the road to a project that everyone here, including the board, can be proud of.
I thank you. And I want to highlight again what you just said about the waiver, because, we grant waivers, requested after we consider them. And in this case, again, I think it's a lot easier for us to do so when there was a way for you to meet the requirement, but the design is better, the setup is better. And in this case, granting the waiver is not getting you around something. It's really just to allow for a better project and a better looking project. And I think those are the best kind of waivers that we can grant, are the ones that they're needed but not needed, I guess would be the way to say it.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So with that, is there anyone in the audience or on the phone for any public comment. Brian?
We have no callers, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so what we'll do while we're waiting to catch up in time is I'll make note of a memo that we have in here that after discussion with town council, under that new rule that, the new law that was passed that Mr. Savick mentioned earlier, that the feeling is that this would be subject to that new law, in which case, instead of this being a supermajority approval, this will be a simple majority approval. So for people at home purposes, that means 3 out of the 5 members approving this project as opposed to 4 out of 5, as it would have been in the past prior to the passage. So I believe I have stalled long enough. Brian, we do not have anyone, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So to
One
the
more
other,
question, if I could.
Mr. Fattalia.
So, Mr. Street, did you move the sidewalk from one side to the other?
No, that's the side it's on is where we've.
It was always on that side? Okay.
Correct.
Thought
Yeah,
it was on the other side originally at some point, but
Yeah,
maybe I was wrong. So
we have
okay.
some, I don't believe so, but part of the reason is because we've got some challenges with conservation, particularly as we get closer to Main Street. So those buildings would need to move back a little more, and we really don't have the room to.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, it looks great just the way it is. I just, for some reason, I thought it was on the other side at one point in the discussions. It's been so long and so many, but I mean, I think the project looks great as well. So, and as a credit to you and the board as well, and Mr. Saccone as well. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right. I just want to check in with the rest of the members of the board. Are the other members in agreement with the feeling that we'll be ready to wrap this up at our next meeting?
Yes.
All right, so then I will, to the petitioner, just make sure you touch base with Ms. McGinty and make sure that everybody's on the same page for the draft decision. Ms. McGinty?
Mr. Chairman, sorry. I actually have prepared draft conditions and the waiver documents. So if you would like, I can share that, or we can, I can submit in the next package.
I thought we were going to approve it tonight, Mr. Chairman.
All right,
myself,
if
but-
that's the feeling for everybody, the way it was going earlier, it kind of made the sound that we might be waiting the next one, but that's fine. I'm okay with that if that's the pleasure of the board. Yes.
Is there any reason why we can't approve this tonight, Mr. Chairman?
I do not believe so, no.
So why don't we approve it tonight?
Works for me. Ms. McGinty, would you mind putting those up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And then I just want to remind the board there is the land disturbance permit as well to close and vote on. So I will share my screen now.
I'll stop.
Ms. McGinty, let me ask you a question. Do you need me to make reference to the land disturbance permit as far as public comments specifically, like separately?
Yeah, so it's, it is a public hearing, so that would be
Okay.
open to the public as well to.
All right, so I'll start with this. Do any of the members of the board need to have any comments on the land disturbance permit?
Nope. All set, Mr. Chairman.
All right, hearing none. I'll offer it up to the audience. Again, 978-771-0819. Brian, I suspect again that, with a little bit of delay, that we will not have anyone calling in specific on the land disturbance permit either. All right, so with that, with Ms. McGinty adding up the, sharing her screen, before we close this out, I want to just check in with the petitioner. You guys have had a chance to look at this?
I have not seen this yet, no.
All
No.
right, so let's put this up and then we'll just make sure that the petitioners have a chance to just see them. That way, if we don't close the hearing out and then we have those cross talks afterwards.
So this
we
is
have-
the waiver document. Would you like to see the?
Well, let's keep this one up first and just make sure that, check in with the petitioner, that what you see is what you're requesting and you want us to make a decision on.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. I mean, we are providing more than 36 spaces, but I think if the intent is to just say that.
So why don't we do this? What is the number that you are providing now, not with the reserve?
Hold on one sec, Mr. Chairman, let me.
And Mr. Chairman, so,
46?
this is,
Go ahead, Ms. McGinty.
so this is written because the waiver is specific to, the residential component of
That
it.
makes sense.
So
Yeah.
that's how it's
Okay.
written out as 36 residential parking spaces to allow, instead of the 3 required parking spaces per unit, to allow for 2 spaces per unit.
All right, why don't we just leave it that way then, and
Yeah.
rather than messing
Yep.
with it? All
That
right,
makes sense. Yep.
Ms. McGinty, would you mind putting up the draft conditions, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
So it's 1 through 10, and the highlighted yellow is what we added in tonight. So I'll go back to the number 1 and just let me know when you want me to scroll it down.
So I think everybody can see 1 through 4 right now.
Yep.
The petitioner and the members fine with 1 through 4.
That's boilerplate. Yep.
I'm all
All right,
set.
Ms. McGinty, if you wouldn't mind moving down to 5 through whatever fits.
5 through 8.
Perfect.
Yeah, 5 through 8.
There we go. So making reference to trash removal, affordable housing, the arborvitae's, those numbers seem right?
Yep.
That seems fine. I believe the discussion about those arborvitae's, and maybe Mike, you can weigh in, but I believe it was 6 feet was what was talked about with the housing authority. I don't know how much of a.
So our bylaw requires 8 feet when they're installed. That's the zoning bylaw requirement.
Well, you've already got some of these installed, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he mentioned 8-foot were installed.
Is that what they were?
Yes.
All right, if it was something we were gonna have to deal with, I'd rather deal with it now and not come back. So, all right. So everything looks all right there, 5 through 8?
Yep.
All right, if we could move down to the final ones. Ms.
Mr.
McGinty?
Chairman, I'm
Yes.
sorry, on number 7, wasn't the petitioner only going to be responsible for 3 years?
That was the discussion, yes.
So yours says, it says in perpetuity?
Right, because it's actually the Tewksbury Housing Authority's responsibility.
Yeah, you're right. Let's put it in the way it is. So, for 3 years.
Mhm.
All right.
Something to that extent, if it's yeah.
All right, so we could slide down to the final conditions.
So yeah, number 9. So the highlighted yellow is what we spoke about tonight.
Is there a way to word that, just because if it turns out, even if it's after the year, they don't need them then, but someday they go to put them in, they are gonna have to come back to get the approval. So just, there's a difference between those two things. We want to look at it in a year, but if 5 years down the line, they decide they want to put the parking in, they're gonna have to come back.
Mr. Chair, would that be an administrative approval? And because the
I would,
general concept is already approved?
again, I can't make you a promise, Mr. Street, that I'll still be here, but I would feel like that's what it would be. So you'll hold it to the feeling that the board would take that as an administrative action. That would be my expectation. I think the rest of the board members would probably agree.
I agree.
So you can find that in the minutes. So I'm not sure we can, I'm not sure if we can guarantee that to a board forever and a day.
So, Mr. Chairman, can you please suggest how you would like that condition? You'd want the board to reserve the right to enforce the reserved parking.
It's not so much enforced
after
as
a
much
year.
as it was that if they're gonna install it, that it needs to come back to the board for approval, set approval to be considered as an administrative action. Does that work?
Yes, work.
Okay. So if approval is required, then it would be administrative action.
Yeah, that's fine. I think that'll cover it.
Okay.
Very
I
good.
think that works for everybody.
Yes.
So we feel comfortable with all those?
Yep.
All
All
set.
right. With that, then I will ask what the pleasure of the board is as far as closing this hearing.
Motion to close the hearing.
A motion made. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a
Second.
motion made and seconded. Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Fratelli,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. And as for the land disturbance permit, do I have a motion to close that hearing as well?
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion made and second. Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Fratelli,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. All right, as to the site plan special permit, what is the pleasure of the board? Oh, I'm sorry, we got to do the waiver first. So do we have a motion on the waiver? Ms. McGinty, if you wouldn't mind putting the waiver back up?
Yes. Okay, this is the waiver, so it's only one.
All right, do we have a motion on the waiver?
So moved.
So moved.
Right.
Second.
So
Second.
we have a motion made and seconded to approve the waiver as it is shown and as was just discussed for parking. So Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Fratelli.
Aye.
The chair votes aye as well. As to the site plan special permit and the special permit, do we have a motion?
Motion to adopt as submitted.
All right, Ms. McGinty, if you wouldn't mind bringing back up the conditions. So we have a motion to approve the site plan special permit, along with the conditions that we just went through and discussed and appear on the screen now. We have that motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion made and seconded. All those, I'm sorry, Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Fratelli,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. As to the land disturbance permit, do we have a motion on the land disturbance permit?
So moved.
We have a motion to approve the land disturbance permit. Do
Second.
we have a second? Motion made and seconded. Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Fratelli,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. All right, I believe we've covered it all. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you all very much.
Good luck.
Andy, thank
All
you.
right.
To say
Nice
thank you to
job.
the board. Congratulations on the new elections, and thank you very much. This was, as a resident of the town, I think this was a collaborative effort that at the end worked for the best of all of us.
Agree.
All right,
Mike, you're-
thank you. We
Agreed.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Sarconi.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Andy.
Moving on to
Andy, keep
agenda.
smiling.
Mr. Chairman,
Attaboy.
Yes,
Mr.
Delaney.
Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Delaney.
is it okay if we take a 5-minute break or a 3-minute break, or I'm sitting here with my legs crossed?
Let's make it a
geez, you don't
3-minute break, and if it extends to 5 minutes, so be it. Just
Too
everybody
much
remember-
information, Mr. Delaney.
Mr. Delaney, no explanation needed.
Just so everybody remembers, we're still on, even though we're taking the break. Just
Right.
so everybody's aware.
Bye-bye.
He's got an open mic.
Green.
I am back, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have all the members back. Fowler, Mr. Delaney. Mr. Vitale, are you back? And I believe Mr. Ryder is still out of frame as well.
Hi, Jack.
How are you?
How you making out as a grandfather?
Love it. It's great.
All right, looks like we've got everyone back. Brian, if you could, we're still on anyways, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so I will call us back to order. We are moving on to agenda item F, which is 1009 Livingston Street, definitive subdivision, open space residential design, special permit, land disturbance, and land disturbance permit. All right, so with that, who do we have for the petitioner?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Jim Hanley, Civil Design Consultants, here with Dick Kuko and Attorney Plunkett.
All right.
I want to just share my screen, if that works for you.
Yes, please.
All right. Okay, so we were last here on March 22nd. I think we got most of the heavy lifting done at that point. Technical review is pretty much, we're in pretty good shape. There's two things that I'd like to walk through tonight. We got a draft copy of the conditional, the conditions of the approval, I think it was last week or the week before from planning. And I had just one question on those. We read through all of them. They all look pretty good. The only one we wanted to highlight here is condition number 10. And condition 10 is with respect to what the homeowners association is responsible for from a maintenance perspective on the stormwater. So you might remember we did have some general discussions about this during the process. This obviously is an OSRD. We will have a homeowners association. The proposed infiltration pond is located within the open space. We've accepted responsibility for cleaning and maintaining the infiltration basin, but there was some discussion in the town engineer's letter dated April 8th that the DPW recommended that the HOA be responsible for more than that, be responsible for the actual pipes that are in the street, as well as the catch basin cleanings and on and on. So obviously, we're in a position where we have agreed to do the pond, and kind of like to get some feedback from the board on where we stand with that. If we're going to be expected to maintain these in a public road in the future, or how all this works.
So are you looking for the board members to tell you which of this they're looking for, or
Yeah,
what are you asking for?
Yeah. So there's one condition written two different ways, right? So this is kind of our we would prefer to just maintain the pond. What we've kind of said in the past. as opposed to have to take responsibility for maintenance and ongoing care of the actual drainage system. I could kind of finish up here and then let you guys go to town on both issues, because the only other issue is the waiver. Do you want me to finish up on that one?
Yeah, might as well take the two together then.
Okay. So waiver request, we got this last week, and it was exactly what we looked for. However, in preparation for tonight's meeting, I took another look at this. We prefer this first waiver from 9.51 to be an option, similar to what we did for 913 East Street. We don't have confirmation on what those numbers are. We understand what the town, DPW, has recommended for another job, but we would like to be able to have that option. We think it's important because we don't know what that number is. So very late, admittedly, today, I sent this over to Anna and to Alex. And waiver number 1 is really the only change here that says applicant requests consideration from the board to allow an option to either 1, construct the additional sidewalks not illustrated on the plan, or 2, provide a fee in lieu to be determined prior to construction. So apologize for getting this so late. I just went through the information for tonight. I saw that and I thought I'd like to have it entertained by the board. So with that, those are the 2 issues, and if you have any questions, try to answer for it.
All right, so before I throw it out to the board on those, because it was submitted late, I'd like to ask Ms. McGinty if she has any comment first.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. So I don't have any comments. I can certainly modify the waiver document tonight. I do have a draft on my computer. And if the conditions, once you guys make a determination on that, I can also update that as well.
So let me ask a question though, because I'm leery of us getting into this too much. We're gonna have to come up with some final way of dealing with this, but since it's not being depicted on the plan, do you have a suggestion for how or where we need to put the specs for what we're going to expect in the event that they do build the sidewalk? Should it be here in the waiver or in the conditions? I was thinking the conditions, but I don't know. I'd like to have you weigh in on that.
So it is depicted here, the sidewalk.
Yeah.
So I think in the circumstance when the plan is showing the sidewalks, we have that approval. And if it turns out that the applicant decides to waive it, then we have that on the plan already. Versus if it was never depicted on the plan, that is, we don't really have a record of it. So I think that it would require a modification to come back and to modify that plan.
Only because on the waiver, it's saying not illustrated on the plan. That's just an inconsistency.
Yeah, so well, what's not shown on the plan, Mr. Chairman, is just the sidewalk on the other side of the road. That would be over here. So we've shown this pretty consistent with what we've done in the past, but that fee is based on the other side of the street.
Okay, so then maybe if you say not illustrated on the plan, but in the same form and fashion as the sidewalk on the adjacent side.
Sure.
Is that, Ms. McGinty, you agree? Does that cover it?
Yes, if you could just repeat that, I'm sorry.
So where it says additional sidewalk not illustrated on the plan, but in the same form and fashion as the sidewalk on the adjacent side of the road.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, did you mean opposite side of the road?
Opposite side, yeah.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, if I may. Yeah, just somebody that has to deal with this on a regular basis, probably 10 years after a development has been done or a roadway. I would prefer to see it illustrated on the plan and then notated that exception, side A or B potentially be eliminated, because if it's not on an existing plan and 10 years down the road and you go out for a road layout and there's a sidewalk there now, it gets it's not recorded as it sits. So, and then it gets interesting that way. So I'd prefer to see it on the plan and then
Well,
maybe notated that it wouldn't be.
So would an alternative then, I mean, I just as an offer, just the alternative be in the event that the petitioner installs the side, elects option, option one here, they will submit a new plan depicting the sidewalk. Because it seems like this is going to be a decision that's going to be made here at the beginning, not later.
I think that's a valid, just so there's an actual, if it does, it's decided that the petitioner does decide to build it, it's on the plans and you're not questioning when people are gone and right of way and who owns what.
All right, so does that sound all right with everyone else?
That's with us, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Fowler.
My only question is, I'm not sure if everybody has all the information that what the fee might be.
Right.
We have in our package under correspondence is the letter from Mr. Hardiman. I'm not sure if all the board members have had the chance to read that, or if the developers or engineers have even seen it yet. So what Mr. Hardiman talks about is a 70% of the DPW construction cost would be the reduced amount. So until we all are on the same page, it's pretty difficult, not only for us to vote, but for the people that are doing the work and paying the bills to know what they're talking about.
True.
If I may, though, Mr. Chairman, I think the suggestion that you made was if we decide to install the sidewalk as opposed to the fee in lieu of, at that time, we will submit a plan that Mr. Ryder mentioned, because, all this is going to have to be done before the road is accepted. So I think everybody's safe if we take your suggestion, Mr. Chairman, and couple it with what Mr. Ryder said, that we accomplish what everybody's trying to get to and not kick the can down the road anymore.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So with that, I'll start it with let's start with Mr. Ryder on this one.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I came out fuzzy there. I didn't hear a word you said. Sorry.
So I'm sorry. We're going to start with you, so you can comment now. We just talked about the waiver thing, but there's also the question they had on the conditions and anything else that you wish to discuss on the project.
Yeah, I had. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that.
No, it's all right.
As far as I think ultimately, is this going to be, Mr. Hanley, you going to submit for this to be accepted? Road accepted
yes.
down the road, or it is? Okay.
Yeah.
So if it's going to become an accepted roadway. It's difficult to ask the HOA to be responsible for drain manholes and things of that nature. I can understand the pond itself, because that's technically off of the right of way. But anything that's within the right of way, normally on an accepted roadway, it falls within the town's jurisdiction under the acceptance process. And it has to be built to all town standards. So if being a private way, then the petitioner would be responsible for, the 4-bay infiltration system, and so forth. And being a public way, it's usually understood that the town would accept when accepted at town meeting that it will become all of town property other than the pond itself. And that's just my experience, how it's been done. I feel that would be the cleanest, because what happens is any damage done on a town stormwater system, then it becomes the responsibility of the contractor falling under the jurisdiction of the HOA, it would get, then you would have to be a licensed contractor approved by the town. They would have to have all of the same insurance bonding requirements that are necessary for all town work. So I'm not sure where Mr. Hardin is looking for here. On a private way, yes. On a soon to be public way or accepted public way in the future, I would think it would fall to the town, anything that's within the right of way.
All right,
Just to
Those are my-
follow up on that, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Cuco.
we totally agree with Mr. Ryder on this, and just remember that until the street is accepted, that the pipes and the manholes and everything that's in the actual roadway is still the responsibility of the HOA until such time as the road is accepted. So if it's put in improperly or not done correctly, the town's not responsible for that until the road is accepted. So I think that's an excellent point that Mr. Ryder brings up, and everybody's protected because until it's accepted, it's our responsibility.
Right. Usually, Mr. Chair, as Mr. Cuco says, usually until accepted, there's one final inspection of all sedimentation basins, so forth, making sure that during construction they haven't been filled with debris and not impact the town's system. So if at that time during the inspection, the developer would be responsible for cleaning the basins at that time before being turned over to the town.
All right. Mr. Ryder, do you have anything else on the project in general?
No, I don't. I don't have. I'm okay with the minimum roadway. I understand why. And then obviously the sidewalk, I think, will be a determination based upon the cost.
All right.
Other than that, I do not have any other questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ryder. Mr. Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna make this short and sweet. I agree with everything Mr. Ryder said. I think there's a good way to look at this plan, and we should follow suit as we approve and build this facility, this process. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Delaney.
I have to, I'm having a problem with my computer a little bit.
That's all right.
Okay, I have to go along with what everybody, with Mr. Ryder and so forth. The only thing is, will the sidewalk be built to the town specifications or to the applicant's specifications? How does that get approved with the street at town meeting? In other words, if that has to go for, I guess I'm just asking a question. I have to go along with Mr. Fowler, Mr. Ryder, and so forth, and even Mr. Cuco. But the question I have is just, what specifications is the sidewalk going to be built before it's accepted, or what? Is it built the town specifications
Yes.
now?
Yes, right. So what we're proposing is a sidewalk on one side right now that matches the town spec, because it will be a public road. And if we were to build out the other side, that's what we would do. So we have typical details that show what kind of material and dimensions and whatnot. So that it would be consistent with the town spec.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm all set with this.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Mr. Patalia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with my colleagues as far as this project is going, where it's going. If the sidewalk gets built, fine, as long as it's up to specifications. And it seems to be they've come to an agreement between the both parties, the town engineer for the most part, and the applicant. And I see no reason why we can't resolve this tonight and approve as they're requesting. So I'd like to get it resolved and get this moving forward. So I'm all set. Thank you.
All right. Again, since all the other folks have already made all the smart comments so far, saves me the trouble. And I think, Mr. Delaney, we can include that language into the waiver to cover us for making sure the sidewalks are built the same on both sides, if they are both done. So I think that will take care of that. I guess we'll do this. Do we have anybody on the line who wishes to discuss the definitive subdivision, open space residential development special permit at this time, Brian?
We have no callers, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So with that, do any of the members have any comments they wish to make on the land disturbance permit?
I'm all set with that.
I'm all set with that, Mr. Chairman.
All set.
I'm all set.
All right.
Do we
Hearing
resolve
none.
all the fire department issues, Mr. Chairman?
Are there any outstanding fire department issues?
That's all set.
No outstanding fire department issues. All the
Great.
comments that we've got, we've responded back in writing to.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. Brian, we'll throw it out again to the audience to see if anybody has any comment on the land disturbance permit.
No
While we're
callers,
waiting-
Mr. Chairman.
While we're waiting for the slight delay to catch up, I'll just make note, if we do move towards the next step in this, if whichever member it looks like they might be making a motion, if they would just refer to the open space residential design special permit motion to approve language Ms. McGinty provided, when that moment comes. It does not appear we have anybody calling in on the land disturbance permit. So with that, again, before we close, Ms. McGinty, are you able to pull up the waivers?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So I gotta get off. Yeah, let me see.
Okay.
Please.
You know. All right.
I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so this is the waivers. There's 3 of them. And waiver number 1 addresses the sidewalks.
All right.
That first sentence, I tried to incorporate what was discussed tonight, so please let me know if there's any changes.
Wait, so you're installing one side regardless, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, I
I
thought
don't
I
think that's, yeah,
misheard that. Okay,
okay, so, the waiver would be for the
One
second side. Well, do it,
One side.
yeah, one side.
One side of the sidewalk.
You leave most of the language. I think you just need to change it for one and then
Mr.
make it
Chairman, shouldn't
side.
it just say or allow for the construction for both sides of the roadway to be determined? So we're asking for waiver, potential for a waiver on one side, or allow for construction for both sides determined by the applicant prior to construction. And then the donation will be only if there is a waiver on one, for the one side.
All right, I just want to see, once it gets typed in, I just want to see how it reads.
it's getting a little late, so.
That's all right.
Sorry. Yeah.
And then it would only be a donation to the sidewalk fund is required only in the event that the applicant waives the construction on one side.
Jim, can we say whether that's the north side or the south side, just so it's
Yeah.
easier?
Okay, so that is the,
Your construction is on the south side.
I think it would be the north side, but I'm not 100% sure.
yeah, it'd be the west side, so be the north side, yeah.
One side.
Yep.
So that was the north side, Mr. Chairman?
Is that the consensus of how it?
The
falls?
north side is
North
the sidewalk that we are not proposing to build. So the
So,
way.
I can, I did say, okay, to allow the sidewalk installation on one side of the roadway as depicted on the approved site plan. So that covers it.
I think that covers it.
Yes.
Yep.
So I don't think it's necessary to add anything else to this,
The only
item.
other piece then was in the event that, what are we calling it? In the event that both sidewalks are constructed, petitioner will submit a revised plan showing both sidewalks. Constructed meeting town specifications.
How's that, Mr. Chairman?
All right, that works for me. Does that look good to everybody else?
Absolutely.
Looks good.
Good.
All right.
Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, we're good with it.
And then, Ms. McGinty, if you wouldn't mind pulling up the draft conditions.
Yes.
And
Okay,
as
so,
my understanding was, there was the second highlighted option, I guess we're going with, is that right?
is that what you would like, Mr. Chairman?
Is that what we ended up with after the discussion?
I believe so, Mr. Chair. I believe that the HOA shall maintain ownership of the, let me just read. It should be for any detention pond. I'd have to.
So
I have it as, the second option is the HOA shall maintain ownership of and shall be responsible for the operation and maintenance of the infiltration basin. Should that be, revised?
I mean, you may just want to say sediment forebay, infiltration basin, and the outlet control pipe. And then that takes everything that's not in the street and we cover.
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
The sediment forebay, infiltration basin, and then the third item was,
Outlet control structure.
so I'm going to delete this item.
Yes, please.
So the public can see that, and then this was just a comment, so I'm deleting that as well. So, so I'm going to scroll to the top of it.
Please, thank you. All right, so let's look at 1 through 5. That's what we can see clearly. Petitioner or any of the members have any issue with 1 through 5 as depicted?
Good, Mr. Chair.
It's good with
All right.
me.
Yeah.
If there are no comments on those, if we could move down to 6 through whatever fits,
Yeah, 6 through 9.
6 through 9. Any comments or issues with numbers 6 through 9 as they are depicted? Hearing none. Let's slide down to the last.
So 9 continues.
Okay,
Just,
so let's look at
um,
nine in totality. Make sure everybody's all right with this. All right, and then we'll move down to 10,
It's 10 and 11, that's
11.
it.
There we go. So that we have only the language we just worked on, and number 11.
Looks good to me.
Everybody's fine?
Yep.
Yep.
Petitioner's fine?
Yes.
All right. All right, with that, I will bring it back to the board. What is the pleasure of the board as to the definitive subdivision open space residential development special permit?
We'll need to close the public hearing.
Yes, so we have a motion to close. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded. Mr. Ryder?
Aye.
Mr. Fowler?
Aye.
Mr. Delaney?
Aye.
Mr. Fratelli?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye as well. And as to the land disturbance permit, do we have a motion to close that?
So moved.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Mr. Ryder?
Aye.
Mr. Fowler?
Aye.
Mr. Delaney?
Aye.
Mr. Fratelli?
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. All right, so back to, first we need to do the waivers. So, Mr. McGinty, if you wouldn't mind bringing the waivers back up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And then do we have a motion to grant the waivers as submitted and as discussed this evening and as depicted currently on the screen?
So
Which is
moved.
Sections 9, okay.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion made and seconded. Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Fratelli,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. Now, we get tricky here. We have a motion on the definitive subdivision and open space residential development special permit, keeping in mind the open space residential design special permit motion to approve as we have in our packets.
So moved.
Motion. Oh, okay.
So moved.
All right, I think,
Second.
As you said, Mr. Johnson.
so, obviously, the motion is the board finds the following, that the under zoning bylaw bylaw section 7531, the property is situated in a residential R40 district, contains at least 3 acres of land, and the applicant proposes to construct only single-family detached units, and further, the benefit to the town and the neighborhood outweighs the adverse effects of the proposed use, and further, as to zoning bylaw section 7546, the proposal has a less detrimental impact on the tract than a conventional development, and further, the proposal, there are sections A through I don't know, Ms. McGinty, you don't have that to bring up, do you?
This draft,
If you don't,
this
that's fine.
template,
Yeah.
I could pull it through my email.
No, that's fine, that's fine. But the board makes the determination that the requirements of A through I have been met as detailed during the public hearing for this definitive subdivision, open space residential development special permit. And the conditions that are attached to it are those that we discussed this evening and are viewed on the screen currently. Is that correct, Mr. Ryder?
Correct.
Yes, correct.
All right, so we have that motion and we have a second for that as well, correct?
Yes.
All right, we have the motion made and seconded. Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Fratelli.
Aye.
The chair votes aye as well. All right, this one's a little bit easier. Do we have a motion on the land disturbance permit?
So moved.
All right, we've motion made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Fratelli,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. I believe we've got it all.
Nice job,
All
Stephen.
right, Gentlemen, thank you. Ms. McGinty, thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
Say goodnight.
All right. Thank
Jack, you awake? Jack, are you awake? You're sitting back
Say
in that
goodnight,
chair
Jack.
relaxing.
Good night. Chairman, board members, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just for 1 minute.
Yes.
Oh, you've had all night.
Oh, no, I
Can I
know.
not go slow enough
You've
there?
had all night.
We're having any problems?
I'm just letting you know that we're gonna continue 920 and 978, which is on the end of Livingston Street, which is on.
Yeah,
the
we
end
did make
your
note of that at
agenda.
the beginning of the meeting.
Okay,
So
okay,
we
well, I
were
didn't
aware.
hear it. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, moving on to agenda item G, 181 Pine Street.
Bye, Jim.
Definitive subdivision, open space, residential design, continued from our 322 meeting. Do we have everyone here for 181 Pine?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Here tonight for the applicant, together with Matt Hammer from Landplex, the engineer for the development for the site. There are some issues that Mr. Hammer is working with Mr. Hardiman on, and I'll ask Mr. Hammer just to address those points right now.
Great, thank you, Mr. Plunkett. Mr. Hammer?
Yeah, hi, everyone. So we have revised the plan. Excuse me. So we've revised the plan for Kevin Hardiman's original comments. We provided a letter back to Mr. Hardiman with a revised set of plans. And then more recently, last week, there were still some outstanding comments from Mr. Hardiman, of which I can walk through those with the board this evening. There is a little bit of disagreement in some of the comments that were provided. And also with the most recent sidewalk estimates that came through, we're going to be providing sidewalks within our whole project and not asking for that waiver.
All right. Mr. Hammer, is it possible while we discuss this, are you able to share your screen with one of the property depictions, just any one of the plans, just so there's something up for the audience so they can visualize what we're talking about?
Yeah, we can do that. This right here. So where we had provided this side of the roadway here.
I don't see it yet. Did you?
Oh, you don't see that?
Nope, not yet.
Nope. Nope. Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Fowler.
for the same reason I brought it up on the previous submittal, is there a reason we can't, if we get to an approval process on this, that we do it without total knowledge of what the final sidewalk plan will be, subject to the cost factor, being the fact that I don't believe the developers or the engineers have all the information on the true cost factors.
I suppose in the event we are ready at the end of the night, I don't know whether that we are or not, but I think we can always revisit it and treat it like the last one if we want.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just
Yes, Ms.
add
McGinn.
in, I don't have the draft conditions or the waiver.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, I kind of wasn't I wasn't anticipating that we were done tonight, but in case
Yeah.
it comes to that, I guess we can figure it out. But even if it is the next meeting and that's where we are, we can always do the same thing if that's what you want, Mr. Fowler.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So with that, back to Mr. Street. If you want to run through whatever you have.
Sure. So one of the comments came up that we had provided a tree every 50 feet here along the roadway. And one of the comments that came back from Mr. Hardman was that he wanted trees continuing around the roadway in this area here. I don't know if that's customary in the past, but that's something that was reflective in his most recent letter.
Okay. Did you want to run through anything else, or did you want comment from the board?
Sure, we can go
individually?
to another. I have some other items I can show you. One of the comments came up was the abutting property, the Kelly property, where our site distance line goes through a portion here of the Kelly property. And as you recall, the town's pavement is here in close proximity and on her property. And I just wanted to show this exhibit plan, which shows two vehicles that would be within the property itself, which was a comment that Mr. Hardiman said that if a car was in the driveway, it could potentially block the site distance. And I just wanted to show this exhibit plan how two cars easily fit on the property. And the other thing is that if a car was over in here, the car would actually be sticking out onto the pavement if it came back any further. And this was an exhibit plan that I wanted to show the board related to that comment.
Okay.
Additionally, there was a comment that came through that spoke to the roadway cross section. Now, this is from your subdivision regulations. And if you'll notice here, I've circled, what the paved surface in the traveled way would be typical to the town of Tewksbury's typical detail. And if you'll notice on this chart, it says 30 for the traveled way. And then it says 32 feet for the paved surface. And I'm going to show you why that is related to the town detail. So in our case, we're 1 to 4 lots. And we would have 22 feet for a traveled way and 24 feet for the paved surface.
Right.
And the reason why there's the 2 extra feet is they include the curbing in the total width of what they call the paved surface. And if you go to the town's detail here, you'll see that here. You'll see what is here is including the curbing is that 32 feet. And this is an example of a 50-foot right-of-way. And then here is the 30 feet, which is exclusive of the curbing, which is the 30 feet.
Is anybody else not seeing the whole thing, or is it
We're
just
not
me?
seeing the whole thing, Mr. Hammer.
There's only a small block of what you're pointing at that's showing
There
up
you
right
go.
now.
Do you see this?
All right.
Yes. Now.
Okay, sorry. So what it is with the example of the 50-foot right-of-way, the actual traveled way is 30 feet. And if you see that line, it comes in before the edge of the curbing. And then the full distance here, which is 32 feet, includes the curbing.
Mm-hmm.
So then when you go to our cross-section of a typical roadway, we're showing this 22 feet between the curbing.
No, you're not.
Do you see that, Mr.
No.
Fowler?
No, now you do.
You see it now?
Yes.
The 22 feet is between the curbing. And then the 24 feet is to the outside of the curbing, and that's why it meets the requirements for a roadway for 1 to 4 lots per the subdivision regulation. So there's a difference of interpretation of that requirement. He also had a comment that says he wants some more horizontal separation, you know, from the gas line, from the water line, and the gas line, and the underground electrical. We can most certainly move the water line away from those utilities, but we feel as though that those utilities can be put in the way that they're shown on the plan. There's another comment where at the project entrance, can you see this plan?
Now we do.
Yes.
You see this? You know, throughout this project, you know, we started off with a low impact design development, and we've been moving and changing the roadway as we've been moving through this process over the last year. And what we've done is we've provided catch basins at the entrance of this roadway to prohibit water from entering into the right of way and then to be piped back to this detention basin. In order to do that, to get the hydraulics to work, we put in 2 6-inch pipes that go to this drain manhole here and here. And then from this drain manhole, we go to a 12-inch to the detention basin area. Mr. Hardeman's having an issue with these 2 pipes here being 6-inch pipes.
Yeah, getting clogged.
Now, Mr. Fowler, we went and analyzed all the piping.
Yeah.
Per one
Mr.
of the
Hammond,
comments.
Mr. Hammond, just to let you know, Mr. Johnson's the chair.
Oh, sorry. I
No, no.
thought you had said something about the pipe size.
No,
so-
no, I have a question. I hate to interrupt you,
Okay,
but
so
I can understand, your thoughts about the separation, the size of the pipes, and all these other things that Mr. Hardeman has brought up. And is he going to give us an okay if you guys don't come to an agreement?
I don't know that, Mr. Fowler. We continue to have new comments that keep coming up. We're providing more analysis on these items that keep coming up. And I can't answer that question for you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, it appears that
Yes,
we're
Mr. Paul.
beating, it appears that we're all beating our heads against the wall until we can come to, and I'm not blaming Mr. Hammond. I'm not blaming Mr. Hardeman. It's just, they're having a hard time coming together on, when I heard the first one, the second, the third, and now the fourth subject, I thought we would be beyond this. And by plan, I think we are, but that's my opinion. So I don't know what to say to you, but that's all.
But I don't disagree, Mr. Fowler. The only thing is that, you know, we get into that issue of there's certain things that we kind of have the final say on.
Yep.
And, you know, we can eventually just say, you know, we're going to make a decision. And then there are others that are not completely within our power.
Oh,
in which case, going forward becomes another, again, like you just pointed
I
out, a
agree.
process of beating our head against a wall. Because
Yeah.
even if we approve this, if he's still not happy, there are other things that still need to be sorted out.
Correct.
So I don't disagree that does pose an issue. I think if after tonight, you know, I suspect that we're gonna probably get to the next meeting with this. I think at that point, I'm sorry, the petitioner will have to have gotten to as far as they're gonna get on whatever they're gonna get to. And then we're just gonna have to make a decision on the things we can or can't, if they're still outstanding.
Yep.
You know,
I
and that's
don't
gonna be up to
disagree.
the petitioner, I guess, to ask us to do so.
No, Mr. Chairman, I agree. I mean, at some point, the process has to come to an end.
True. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did you have anything else, or do you want to move
No.
on to the board members' comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
you know, I guess to Mr. Hammer, when did you receive Mr. Hardiman's new or concerns or requirements? Did you get those on April 2nd?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess, you know, for the board, as both Mr. Johnson and Mr. Fowler stated, we need to come to some sort of decision at some point. So, I mean, I think it's in the best interest of the petitioner to meet with Mr. Hardiman to try and resolve these before the next meeting. You know, we keep coming back here and we keep having an issue or two or three or whatever they are right now, that or something new pops up, and you know, we're sitting here and we're continuing to dance around here and getting nowhere. And to be honest, it's getting a little frustrating, you know, that, and not on just your part, but also from Mr. Hardiman. These things should be ironed out before these keep coming back to the board.
Mr. Wright, I agree. And I wanted to show everybody something, because when we first started this project, can everyone see this here? This is from your stormwater regulations.
Yep.
When we started this process, this was an open space residential subdivision. And I think if you go back to the first meeting and watch it, we had a low impact design development. It was supported by the board. And now we've gone from a low impact development and we've gone to a conventional roadway that's not taking into account low impact development. But I also wanted to show you something, because I was looking at the zoning bylaws of the OSRD. And if you go here to the OSRD, there's a line here on B to allow the greater flexibility and creativity in the design of residential developments. And then on D, it says, what you're trying to achieve is to incorporate the existing topography and natural features of the land to achieve a more environmentally sound design than with a conventional subdivision approach. And then the other item under the OSRD is to encourage development in harmony with the natural area and promote alternative construction methods to typical strip residential developments lining roadsides in the town. And what had happened is when we originally came before the town, we were reading all this and we went for a low impact development subdivision design. And then what's been happening is we've gone, in my mind, away from the intent of the OSRD, and now we're a straight conventional drainage system design. And that's why it's been a little frustrating getting to the point now where we're essentially creating a project that has zero waivers. And that's kind of the process that we've been through over the last year. And I just wanted to show that to the board members. So I'll put it back to you, Mr. Ryder. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer.
Thank you, Mr. Hardiman. I mean, through you, Mr. Chair, I think I personally don't feel comfortable making a decision that the town engineer has concerns with. I think those issues need to be resolved. Because ultimately, if we approve this project, it's going to come back and it's going to be held up at Public Works.
Permit
So I think
process,
the process is going to be a holding pattern, and ultimately it's going to come back to the board again. I think we need to get these items resolved. And, I understand this is, we have a meeting every 2 weeks, but if it takes, 3 weeks to get it resolved and bring it back to us when it's all resolved, or when there's down to just one item that there's a mutual agreement on. But when we have all these items, and be honest, we get letters in on Monday afternoon on this project, and we can't make informed decisions when we're getting letters and additional information, at 10 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the day of the meeting. None of it, I know as a board member, I don't have the time to review that. This is something that, we all have jobs that we also need to take the time and do our due diligence before the meetings. I think these needs to be resolved.
Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Let me run through the rest. Mr. Delaney, do you have any comments?
Well, first of all, we asked for the declaration for the homeowners, and a lot of my questions have been answered. Mr. Plunkett told me that it would be written that they can't fool with the landscaping when it directs water. He's come through with the items that we asked of him. Now we're down here talking about a 6-inch pipe versus a 12-inch pipe. I mean, when this all started, that wasn't one of the issues in the very beginning of this thing. Those were not the issues. Now they're issues. If they fix these 2 items or 3 items, do we have more issues? Somewhere along the line, you got to look at, we've approved, let me say 50, 3-house or 4-house developments on this planning board. And now we're down to a 12-inch pipe versus 2 6-inch pipes. I don't understand it. The man gave me the paperwork that I requested, the answers that I have asked about the landscaping and so forth are addressed in the package. So nobody can fool with the way the water is being deflected. I don't know. I guess I'm just missing something here.
Really.
People are going back and forth. We're not getting anywhere. We're still in the same place. And does that mean that when they come back in 2 weeks, if they've resolved the issue of a 12-inch pipe versus 2 6-inch pipes, if those issues is there something else? We go on and on. Every week, every 2 weeks, there's a different item that we're looking at. I don't understand that part of it. I guess I'm just missing something completely. And I've listened to this project for a good long time. And it just seems like we haven't gotten anywhere with this situation. Something has got to come to an end. Either we make a decision or he makes a decision or something of that nature. But we also have to try to move this package along. And it doesn't seem like we're getting there. I'm all set, Mr. Chairman. I said my piece.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. I have a suggestion I want to make, but I want to give Mr. Fratalia his opportunity first.
Mr. Chairman, I just think we need to get this resolved one way or the other. We need to get Mr. Hardeman on board with Mr. Hammer. Bring it in front of us with a decision that's amiable to all sides, and move this project along, like Mr. Delaney said. I am all in favor of this project, but we do rely on Mr. Hardeman's expertise. I have some questions whether we can get to that spot, but I think it has to be resolved in the next week with us, so we can make the final decision at our next meeting, one way or the other.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fattalia. This is my suggestion. Clearly, there are some things outstanding, and I think as all the board members, Mr. Fowler in particular know, sometimes we get to a point where we need to decide and make decisions, even when we have some things outstanding, maybe with the town engineer. That being said, I think that between now and our next meeting, I would suggest to the petitioner that you guys iron out whatever you can iron out, or preferably all of it, but whatever it is you can get ironed out. I would ask that we request that Mr. Hardiman come to our next meeting. That way we can have direct conversations with Mr. Hardiman if there are still remaining outstanding issues, so that we're getting it, straight from the horse's mouth, on the thinking and, where he comes down on things. If we have to make a decision, what his feelings are going to be on that. And otherwise prepare for the potential to make a final determination on this at our next meeting. And I think that would be, our best bet, if everybody else agrees. But I think it's important that we make sure we have Mr. Hardiman next time. I mean, I don't like dragging him in here, but I think for this one, I think it might make sense that
Absolutely.
that we have him present for the next meeting.
Yeah.
I agree,
Mr.
Mr.
Johnson?
I
Chair.
agree with
Yeah,
you,
yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fowler?
Yes, thank you. I agree with you 100%. This is the time to do this. I would also suggest that we put this on the agenda.
You read my mind, Mr. Fowler. I was thinking this might be a 7 p.m. job.
7 p.m. I don't care if it's 7A or 7B.
Can we put
Yes.
it for 6:50?
Yeah, right. No, yeah. Fine.
All right.
Okay.
So
We're all on the same page. Go
I
ahead.
think that is our best bet. So
Good.
with that, I do know that we will have at least one public comment on this, so I think we should.
ahead.
Mr. Chairman, just relative to the next, could I ask that
Yes, plug it.
get the draft conditions and waivers sent when available?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Is that
So
amiable to the applicant, Mr. Chairman?
is what?
Is
What I just suggested?
yes.
I suspect so. I didn't hear any objection.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we're all in line with the fact that this has to come to a conclusion.
Okay,
All
great.
right.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
So let's
Yeah.
let's move to the public comment section of this hearing, because I suspect we have some.
Hearing none?
No, I think we do.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to admit, I believe it's David Hopkinson.
All right. Mr. Hopkinson, this is, do you hear it?
Hello?
Do you hear me?
Yes. Hold on.
Hello?
Mr. Hopkinson?
Yes, speaking.
All right. So one thing I will suggest, because I think I hear it in the background, but I think you may have the TV on with our meeting. Is that right?
I got it off right now.
Ah, perfect, because I was starting to get feedback, so that's good. All right. The floor is yours, sir.
Well, are you postponing it to the next meeting?
Yes.
You want
Yes.
input right now?
Yes, but I think it would be best to go ahead and let you make a few comments. Let's not, we are going to continue this, so let's not go back over the same things over and over again. We're aware of, so if you could be succinct, and if there's something new you want to add to it, but I do believe all the board members are aware of your concerns. We also have your written concerns that you've submitted, but obviously I do want to give you an opportunity to speak if you'd like.
Okay, I will address them if you read the letter. We could bring up right now, probably is a good time, is the fencing in back of my property on the north side, where the lot number 1 is, and that house sticks way up in the air. And I would like to have some fencing. At one point, at the very beginning, the contractor, the developer, said that there would be fencing and shrubbery or trees or whatever. I'd like that addressed if I could, please. The other thing is drainage for the roof of lot 1. Where does that go? Does that go onto the property where the width drains is, or does it go out where the cul-de-sac is? Do you know?
Hammer?
The roof runoff from the houses.
House number one.
Yeah, on lot number,
Yeah.
well, lot number one, yeah.
Yep, that goes out. That goes out to the street.
Okay, the
To the
front and
drain.
back, right? It's all tied in?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can that be put in the ordinances too, that's maintained, so in the future they just don't dump it down and back? Is that
Well,
a
I mean,
reasonable thing?
if I'm not mistaken, that's how it's depicted on the plans and showing the way drainage works. So
Right.
it's already there. It wouldn't be a
Yes.
condition we'd add.
Well, no, the thing of it is, if they alter it once they move in,
Who's they?
You mean lot
so the
one?
owner, the house, the homeowner.
We already have, I believe, the conditions put into the homeowners association talking about not
Okay,
changing the topography
Okay,
to
that's what I'm asking.
to screw up drainage, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Mrs.
Would that be
Delaney made
considered-
comment to that earlier.
Yep.
Yes, would they consider the roof part of the drainage?
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
A lot of people think the drainage would be the wick drain and the forebay and stuff like that.
Right, but we
the
got
roof
a
drain's off
yes
the
on
top.
that, so can I just ask Mr. Hammond just to respond to your other question about the fence, just so we can get that out of the way before we lose track of it? Well,
Sure.
Yeah, it was a
sure.
fence, right? Yeah. Mr.
Yeah,
Hammond,
so
was
what's
that
the question
something
about the fence?
about one being put up between lot one and his property, I believe?
We're not putting up a fence.
Okay.
Well, I'm requesting it then.
Right, but I believe that the petitioner is saying they didn't want to put up a fence. So that's the answer to your question, I think.
Okay. Now I'm asking the planning board, can they look at that?
Okay, I mean, the board can consider it. I just wanted to get your answer from the petitioner first.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
My
was
question
there
would be like,
something?
why wouldn't they want to put? I'm not asking the whole property, but maybe 110 feet of it. So, and I'm not asking for a really expensive fence, something like a Home Depot, and maybe alternate the sides so everyone gets the same texture. It's something like that.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Mr. H a question?
Yes.
The fence you want between your house and that property line, aren't there trees on your property?
Not exactly right there. There's trees, but that property line, see where, if you look at where the shed is and stuff, that's basically open there. But where the kids are going to be playing and things, I would just like some protection.
Okay, so we, for our purposes now, we've got your request. We can address that in a minute, but did you have anything else?
Well, on the same house, I requested this a long time ago. Can we rotate that house a few degrees clockwise? And that would help the driveway situation going into the garage, but it would help me too, because now the back doesn't look at me and the new neighbor. It rotates it just a little bit. The whole view part would be heading out to the woods.
I'm going to anticipate the answer to this question, but I'm going to offer it to Mr. Hammer to respond.
Yeah, we situated the house such the way that we have. It works into the landscape, and the house and the driveway and the grading has all been calculated into the design of the entire site. So we've done some modifications to the driveway already related to Kevin Hardiman's comments related to meeting the driveway regulations. And, the house is set. It's been graded, set. We've taken into account the entire house related to the drainage design and the grading. So the way it is facing the road is the way we'd like to leave the home. And modifying the location of that home would be a lot of work. And it's just at this point of the process, we'd like to leave it where it is.
Okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'm not asking to spin it. I'm just asking just a few degrees to get the back facing to the wooded area more. You can still see down, but it'd be less of an intrusion. I'm not saying redesign the whole thing. I was just thinking maybe, a few degrees to kick the back over.
Okay. Well, like I
Yeah,
said,
go over.
we have your request and the petitioner's response at this point. So we'll see if any of the board members have any other thoughts, but I'll see if, do you have any other comments?
The annual report for the stormwater drain system, can that be every year, the annual report sent to 171 Pine Street?
I thought we already okayed that. Didn't we already request that a copy went to you? Or did we say you could pick up a copy at the town? I know it was one or the other.
You said you could pick up the copy of the town. And
I
would
just
like
as soon
to
make it that way, because then when you pick up the copy, then we know you got it. And then there's no question about, oh, they never sent it to me, and we don't get into a back and forth. But
Well,
you'll be
I
able to pick up a
could
copy.
say though, if they never sent it to me, I'd request it from the town.
Mr. Chairman, in the homeowners association that was submitted, we have a provision saying that we would do that on an annual basis to the town of Tewksbury Plan and Development Department, at which point it will become public record for anyone and everyone to take a look at, and they can view and do whatever they want with the information.
Thank you, Mr. Plunkett. So just for your purposes, sir, that makes it a part of the permit in the event that we issue one, that they will be required to do that. So it will, unless they want to be out of compliance with the permit, it will show up each year at the town where you'll be able to get a copy of it.
Okay, so the answer is no. Okay, thanks. The other thing too.
Sort of. I
if
don't
can-
know, it's not really exactly right, but okay, go ahead. Do you have anything else?
The lights from the cul-de-sac, it's going to be raised up and it's going to come right at the house. I know there's trees in the way, but there's a straight line where I have the boat park and stuff like that, right to the house. But again, I was wondering, the protection guardrails at the cul-de-sac, could they be that high that would block the headlights?
I'm not sure I fully understand, but Mr. Hammer?
We don't have a guardrail proposed. And I'd also like to mention that we're going to be adding a sidewalk to the plan as well. So
Okay.
we don't have a sidewalk. We don't have a guardrail proposed down, I think he's saying down the edge of the roadway to help block car lights. I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is what he's asking for.
Well, in my eyes, it serves two different functions. But that drop off where the whip trains are, I mean, you get kids with the bicycles, and you've got the trucks when they park on the sidewalk to deliver packages and stuff. That's a drop off. That's going to roll over. Anyhow, that's what I just want to identify.
Well, there's curbing separating the roadway from that drop off. So that's the protection. There is the curbing.
A child and a bike, how are they going to be protected?
There's a sidewalk there for that use.
Yes, and you fall off a sidewalk. Okay, if you don't see it, then you don't see it. But
It's fine. Okay, we'll continue. Do you have other comments?
Just a rehash of the law, the 5.3.20, as it relates to my property. Why hasn't that been enacted to protect my property?
Again, we've gone over this, which is the numbers as they're submitted to us, which is what we have to go by, are telling us that it works. What you're talking about is in the event it doesn't work. I mean, I don't mean to, I'm not trying to be flippant, but that's like, it's along the same lines of if they have a tree and it's struck by a bolt of lightning and falls over into your property. Well, yeah, in the event it gets struck by a bolt of lightning and falls down, yes, of course, it's going to go onto your property. So you're
but
asking
that's
us
an
to
act of God.
presume failure for something that's been shown to us that works.
Well, that's an act of God, what you just said. Now, as far as this man-made stuff goes, Mr. Hammer has already said he feels it's going to go over my property. And the lawyer, Mr. Putnam, he's already said that they can't guarantee it. So that, to me, tells me there's a problem. And there's a law saying you can't do it.
Okay, I'm not sure that you're using the words that either one of them used, but I'll give both of them an opportunity to comment because I don't think that's what they meant or said, but I'll leave it to them. Mr. Hammer?
So can you phrase that again, Mr. Hopkinson?
Yes, in the first meeting, I think it was, you stated that when presented to you, that the water was going to go over the property. I've got the meeting, and you probably have it too.
Water.
After the one at the time, it was a rain garden.
Well, we had a rain garden design. Yep. So what about that rain garden is no longer part of the design?
But there's a forebay. It's a water containment system, and the water containment system has a 3-foot berm that goes the length of my property. So I have about 180 feet of exposure.
Yeah, it's a detention basin, and there's an outlet to that detention basin through a drain manhole, and all the water that was currently going to be going near your property is now being taken way over here, and that's where all the water's going.
Right, and I understand that, and I agree with you when it's working properly.
Okay.
But when it's blocked up, you have a snow and ice storm, freezing, and then you have water in the springtime with that stuff underneath it. There's a good possibility that's going to overflow, and when it does, it's going to go on my property. And there's a lot saying you can't do it. You've agreed that it was going to do it.
But Mr. Hopkins, again, you seem to be skipping a step, which is you're presuming failure. We're being presented with the numbers that show that it works.
Your engineer, the engineer for the developer said it was going to overflow.
Mr. Hopkinson, I never said that. No.
Well, we got the meeting.
You're saying things that I disagree with. You're saying things that I disagree with. The drainage design has been redesigned a number of times, and in this particular case, there is no discharge to your property.
If it works.
Chairman, I think it's time to move on, please.
Again, we can't. We're not going to keep. I understand,
look at
Mr.
the minutes
Hopkinson.
of the meeting, the first meeting.
Mr. Hopkinson, again, you're going back to the first meeting and you're referencing a rain garden that doesn't exist anymore. That's one thing. Like I said, we know what your concerns are. We've also expressed to you that we are required, or the petitioner is required to provide us with the information. The information is checked by our end, so the town engineer or consultant, they cannot submit something that is showing that it's going to fail. Your comments, keep saying in the event that it fails. Well,
correct.
We're not going to, we cannot presume.
Already said it's going to fail.
No, I don't believe that was ever said. I believe the comment was if it were to fail. But again, it's not designed to fail.
No. Look at the minutes of the meeting.
Okay.
That's what I'm quoting.
Mr. Hopkinson, like I said, we're not going to, this is the exact same comment you've made every time. The board is well aware of your feelings and your concerns.
It's not feelings. I'm not making this up. This is what was said. You're using the engineer's calcs and stuff for the drainage system. I'm using the same engineer with his impression of what's going to happen.
Okay, and what I'm telling you is
the lawyer
they've
has
submitted,
already said he can't guarantee it.
Again, and what I'm telling you is they've submitted the documentation to the town, which has been reviewed to show that they are in compliance with the requirements. So again, the board is aware of your comments and your concerns. So are there any others that you have?
No, but if the board would like, I submit the minutes of the meeting.
If you feel necessary to submit the minutes back to us for our own meeting, you can feel free to do so. And I suppose we could discuss this again and ask the petitioners to comment again, but I don't believe we're going to do anything but go round and round to get to the same point. So you are free to do so. You can submit any comments you like. But if there isn't anything new that you want to add at this time, other than what you've already presented to us, I'm going to have to move on.
Okay, thank you.
All right, no problem, sir.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Brian, do
Mr.
we have
Chairman, in
anything
the
else?
essence of time, I think it's time that we continue this hearing until our
I'm
next
going
meeting.
to. I just want to make sure there isn't
Okay.
anybody else on the line.
All right.
Brian, nobody else, right?
That's correct. No callers, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so then I will entertain a motion to continue this hearing to 7 PM on 4/26.
So moved.
We have a motion made and seconded. Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Battaglia,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. And obviously, we'll put the request out for Mr. Hardiman to please attend this meeting as well. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, moving on to agenda item H, which is 1023 and 1029 East Street. This was continued from our 3/22 meeting. The applicant has requested that we continue this to our April 26th meeting. Ms. McGinty, do we have a time for that? I don't have that sheet.
Yeah, so for 1023 East Street, that will be at 7:20.
All right, so we have a motion to continue this till 7:20 on 4/26.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Chairman, it's actually already on the, Alex put it on the agenda for 7:15.
Yeah, so I shifted the times because it's already filled in, so we can either have two items that are 7 o'clock, Mr. Chairman, or yeah, I don't know, because you guys moved 120, 181 to 7 PM.
We can have more than one at 7. We'll just
Yeah,
think
we
about
can,
when we
so
take them.
that's
So
fine.
why don't we keep things consistent and make this for 7:15 because that's what it's already on there for. So we'll do 7:15 on 4/26. Mr. Fowler's made the motion and it was seconded. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
All right. So Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Battaglia,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. Moving on to agenda item I, which is 1800 Main Street. This is a special permit continued from our 3/22 meeting. Do we have anybody here for 1800?
Right there.
Yes. Good evening. How's everyone doing?
Just state your name for the record. The floor is yours.
Sure. For the record, my name is Stacy Birch. I'm an engineer with Solely Engineering, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Tewksbury Realty Ventures LLC. If you want to share, I don't have much of a presentation considering not much has changed, but I still would like to probably share what I am speaking to, if that's okay. Let me know if you guys see it.
We got it all set.
So, yeah, this is our third meeting now for the renovation of the old friendly, City Bank, Eastern Bank, I believe it was.
Eastern Bank, yep.
Eastern Bank.
Yeah, to a Starbucks facility. At this point, we've gone through several rounds of comments provided by the town planner, also the town engineer, as well as the peer review engineer hired by the town. To this day, we've answered all the comments and questions from the planner, engineer, in the appropriate parties. We've also incorporated into our plan several comments brought to the last couple of meetings by the board. And from the last meeting, not much has changed plan-wise. Since we're required to widen the egress to minimize internal queuing, that was a peer review comment. We've decided to incorporate the sidewalk along the frontage. And since we have to go to the DOT anyway. So we did incorporate that per town's request instead of in lieu of the sidewalk fee. In addition to the sidewalk, we've also extended this sidewalk internally to connect. That way there's pedestrian connectivity to the building from the street. And we've also widened the 16-foot wide access drive to 18 feet, just more of a conventional entrance since we're already going through the motions to modify the frontage. In addition to the widening, we, per the planner and the peer review, per the board and the peer review's comment, we relocated this space to provide more of a throat. That way, people who potentially were parked here, alleviates any problems I may have if they backed out. So we were able to modify, and we shifted that space up here and modified this island to do so. So we feel like that's a safer scenario now. Other than that, the plans are pretty much the same as from the last hearing. We've also updated our waiver letter to remove the sidewalk waiver. So I now believe, I think we only have 3 waivers, but I'll let Ms. McGinty talk about that when she goes over that process. But yeah, I can speak to any questions you guys may have. Just keep it short.
All right, we'll start with Mr. Ryder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like the fact that they're going to DOT. I appreciate that. And then opening up that entrance, installing the sidewalk. Other than that, I like, I like all the modifications. I think it's going to be a nice site when all said and done. I think good work. I appreciate it. Thank you for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Fratalia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. Have we resolved a signage issue? Where are the signs going? Back to the same spot where the sign is now, or what is happening with the sign?
Yeah, are you speaking of the site signage, the pylon sign is currently there?
Yeah, there's a pylon sign right there. Yeah.
Yeah, we're maintaining it. We're just going to replace the panels
Okay.
that are currently there. Yeah, that's one of our features. We're hoping to maintain that signage, correct.
Okay, another question I had is, are you opening up the right side entrance so that you can have a cross through from the parking lot into your thing here on the right side, way up?
Up here?
Because
Right here?
there's not one there now, right?
Correct. That was a comment from the board, I think at the first meeting. So we implemented that for the second meeting. It's just a little 8-foot wide gravel path for any pedestrians that could potentially.
Okay, so it's pedestrians, not vehicles, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
All right.
No vehicle.
Okay.
So,
Right.
Yep.
So my last question I have is, I know you're putting a sidewalk in, which is great. Is there any possibility of extending the width of the sidewalk up the street a little ways? We have an 8-foot sidewalk at the facility at the clinic up at Rick Victor and Main Street, which provides for a nice wide sidewalk that maybe people could, traverse through rather than the traditional size sidewalk. If that space is only going to be narrow as it is, I mean, there's nothing on the other side of the sidewalk except grass, correct?
Well, there are a few utilities. We have a hydrant and a utility pole over here that we're trying to avoid any modifications. Also, a utility pole in this location as well.
Okay.
So we would like to keep it at the 5.
Okay.
But obviously,
I'm just thinking as a customer of Starbucks coming in, maybe people maybe sitting out there or something, or having their coffee on the sidewalk rather than leaving, and so forth and so on. There's not much space inside, so maybe they'd be sitting outside there. So it is on Main Street, and it might be a nice venue for people to stop with their carriages or whatever, and utilize that space for that purpose. But just a suggestion. But if you don't want to do it, then I guess you don't have to. So, but just a suggestion. But thank you. All set, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Delaney.
The only question I have is the sight lines are going through somebody else's property. And it looks like now with the sidewalk, the car has to come out even further into the street, into Main Street, to see left or right. That was the only question I had. And, the thing is, with the sight line, if somebody plants a tree there, you won't be able to see the traffic coming from one way or another. That was my only question, and I was wondering if anybody else agrees with me, or is this something that can be accepted as shown? In other words, that's the only question I have. The rest of the project is wonderful. And now we do need a Starbucks. You know, and I don't want to prevent that from happening.
All right.
But that was the only question I have.
Good. Let him answer.
Is there something
so
that
this question did come up last time, and this area here is all pavement. This driveway right here, and I believe I did have an aerial before that I showed you. So unless they do something drastically, this is their site drive. So it's all pavement, and we're maintaining grasses and low-lying shrubs in our area, and we have notes on our plans that say we can't plant anything greater. So so this area here, this is the biggest concern I can tell. This one you won't have any concern. There shouldn't have any concern because there's hardly any triangle here. But yeah, our site will stay clear, and this is all pavement here anyway.
okay, so there won't be, somebody won't all of a sudden come in and plant a tree.
No, that we put a note in these plans that specifically say that you have to maintain this area with low-lying shrubs. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If Don wants to go ahead and review everything Mr. Ryder said at the beginning of this hearing, that's what I said.
Okay.
We're all set. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fowler.
Yeah.
I agree with all the other members. I think we're kind of where we need to be. The only thing on the draft conditions, the only one that I thought was missing was the one we made the comment about that vacant space area, like limiting it that it can't be developed to be used as part of the operating space unless you come back to the board. That was the only one. So we can deal with that if we're dealing with the conditions. Brian, do we have anybody on the line for this?
We have no callers, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, there was a question I forgot to ask if I could. It was about the grease trap, Mr. Fowler.
Yes.
You okay?
Yes.
I don't know how do we resolve the issue with the grease trap?
Well, they got to deal with that with the Board of Health, correct?
Okay.
Right. So there was a comment that Mr. Hartman, I think he put in his conditions that if the Board of Health, because we are going for a variance for that, and we will be applying for that soon. I just want to get through this process. But if it doesn't, then we will provide an external grease trap, and we'll provide this board with the plans showing
Sounds
that.
good. Thank you.
Perfect.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Delaney.
I had it written down here. You have a wooden shed down in the back of your property. Is that wooden shed staying there? Or are you taking it out?
I think it's coming out, Jay.
It looks like it's gone in this picture. It's just it's a beautiful design. I just don't see that shed being there. That's all. That was my question.
Yeah, that shed will be removed. They don't want that there.
Doesn't fit the decor. I got it. All right. Very good. All right. So no one's chimed in on the call. Ms. McGinty, the draft special, I'm sorry, the waivers. Are you able to bring up the waivers?
Oh, let me stop sharing.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can we take a look at those, please, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Everybody awake still?
I apologize. I'm presuming that the members are ready to move on in this. Is that right?
Yes.
I agree.
Correct.
Okay. I don't want to be presumptuous, but I felt like that was where we were going.
You're a good mind reader.
We have to get a Starbucks.
Ms. McGinty's making my thoughts in my mind appear on the page, which is excellent.
Yeah. So that's number 4.
All right.
So that kind of leaves it open if it would be it might be a modification, it might be a non-substantial change. I think just at that point we'd have to determine it.
Yeah, I think we'd have to make the call because it depends on what they want to do and how much of it they want to use.
Yeah, typically
that's
when it's
fair.
an inside
Mhm.
like use change, that would be a modification. If it's an exterior minor thing, that's more non-substantial. So
I think that's good. All the members all right with these waivers?
Yes.
I think those are the
I'm all set.
conditions.
I'm sorry.
Conditions.
Those
I'm
are
sorry.
conditions.
I spoke incorrectly. The petitioner, is the petitioner looking at these and fine with them?
Yeah.
All right. Ms. McGinty, could we look at the waivers, please?
yes. So I modified it. So I removed the sidewalk waiver. So there's only 3 now.
All right. So if the members would just take a look, and if the petitioner would do the same, make sure we're all on the same page.
Looks good.
It's good.
All right.
Fine.
All right. Petitioner's fine?
It's good, yes.
It's good.
Excellent. All right. If that is the case, then what is the pleasure of the board?
Make a
Close the
motion to
hearing.
close the hearing.
All right. We have a motion to close the public hearing.
Hey,
And we
Bob.
have a second.
Yeah.
Mr.
Yes.
Ryder,
Yes.
Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Yo.
and the chair votes aye as well, unanimous. All right, as to the special I'm sorry, to the waivers. We have a motion on the waivers.
Motion to approve the waivers as written. 1, 2, 3.
All right, so we have a motion to
Second.
approve the waivers as discussed and as shown on the screen now. We have motion made, seconded. Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well, unanimous. As to the special permit requested, we have a motion?
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion to grant the special permit, including the conditions as discussed this evening and shown on the screen, numbering 4.
1, 2, 4. Yes.
All right, so we have that motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion made and seconded. Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. Now, if we all listen real quiet, I think we can hear Mr. Sadwick cheering someplace.
Yeah.
So, all right.
And
So-
my wife.
All right, so, good luck and thank you.
When's the grand opening?
So patience, you've been one of our last applicants at the 11th hour almost every meeting. So thank you for
Yes.
staying with us and apologize for being so late.
All right.
Thank you very much.
My wife
right.
takes care of the kids while I wait, so.
All right.
Takes me out of my-
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right, moving on to agenda item J, which is 920 and 978 Livingston Street. The petitioner has asked to have this continued to our 426 meeting as well. Do we have a time, Ms. McGinty?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So that would be at 7:20.
All right, so do I have a motion to continue this hearing to 7:20 on 426?
So moved.
All right, motion made and seconded. Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
Mr. Battaglia,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney.
Aye.
The chair votes aye as well, unanimous. Move that to our next meeting. That brings us to old business. Do we have any old business that anybody wishes to discuss? Hearing none. Any new business that anybody wishes to discuss?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Delaney.
I think we all got the letter stating that they want to change the years of being on the board from from 5 to 3 years.
Mhm.
I want to know how the members of the board feel about that. I think there's a problem by changing it. The town fathers, in the very beginning, made it 5 years because they would only replace one member at a time. like if you had this package tonight with all the repeats and you had 2 new members, you'd have to start all over again. And I think that's what they meant, because we had a 4-5 vote. And I just want to know how the members of the board feel about it. I don't think people realize how much work we actually do. And I think it's very difficult to learn the process. And then, after a 2-year period or whatever, in the very beginning, I struggled a little bit to get the information or to get an understanding of what was going on. I just don't buy the change. I don't see why they want to change it. It's worked very well for all these years. Why all of a sudden now do they want to change this? That's my question. I'd like to see if we could get somebody to speak at the town meeting to maybe help us with this thing, but I don't know how you members feel. I'd like to hear it.
Mr. Delaney, I feel exactly the same you do. I don't know why they wanted to change or why the petitioner wanted to change. I mean, there's another position on board with the Housing Authority, which is 5 years. So if they're going to change it, change it across the board. I don't have a problem 5 years, 3 years. I have a problem with the fact that we weren't notified until the last minute. And if I didn't bring it up to Ms. McGinty, questioning it, whether we would have been notified now. So we've had 3 or 4 meetings, 2 or 3 meetings before this time, and now all of a sudden we get notified. So again, your point is valid. If they replace 2 members at the same time, which happens, without people running and so forth, then special permits will have to be started over again to an expense that's going to be costly to the applicant. So that itself is valid in its point, but that's my opinion. So, but I don't know how everybody else feels.
Ditto.
Yeah, I know I discussed this with the chairman. I'm not opposed to it being 3 years, but there's a lot that goes along with it, as we talked about. That there's a learning curve. Somebody's going to have to run every 3 years. Is this going to open up competition? I don't know. I don't know if that's the what they're looking for, but I don't know the answer. I don't know really why. We just know it was petitioned, and I guess we'll see what happens at town meeting.
So,
Anna, what's your feeling? You're a town planner. You worked the board for us for a number of years now.
So, Mr. Vitale, just one clarification, just because I don't want anybody at home to be confused. It wasn't Miss McGinty not telling us about this.
Oh,
That was
absolutely.
just her getting you the information when you requested it on something that we kind of would have liked to have been told about from other entities. Miss McGinty just tracked down the information for us.
It was not Miss McGinty's issue at all.
Exactly.
It was more the town manager and assistant town manager are aware of the fact. Maybe they didn't pay attention to the fact, but we weren't notified as a board of the change coming up. It was only after I asked Miss McGinty whether she knew about it. She did not know about it. She went out and got the information and relayed it to us. That's the only thing I did with Anna. And Anna, I appreciate you doing that. Thank you very much. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I mean, I figured you're part of this board as well as everybody else. So I figured you may have an opinion on the matter too. I don't know.
I don't really have an opinion. I think it's just something that the town will have to decide. There's probably pros and cons to both sides. You guys make a great point about the learning curve. So that's one piece of it. So, I think town meeting will really have to decide it.
The idea of rocking a hard place comes to mind. He's asked that question.
Anna, you would make a great attorney.
So I'll say this. I've had this conversation with several of the members. They know what some of my thoughts on this are. I don't want to go into too much detail because I don't know whether or not here is where that's best brought up or not. But I don't disagree with any of the other thoughts that the members have had. If the members are okay with it, it is kind of my intention to probably show up at the Finance Committee's meeting and the Selectmen's meeting to make note of some of the feelings about this and the shortcomings to, I believe, how it was put forward and some of the lack of looking into the detail of how it would work if it were to be passed, and point that out at those hearings, if the other members have no objection to that.
Not at all.
No objection at all.
I make no commitment to standing up at the town meeting, because I just feel like at that point, when it gets there, it'll feel a little self-serving to stand up there and say it at town
That's
meeting.
right.
I think the two public hearings
Yep.
that the finance committee and the selectmen have are probably the best place to raise the several thoughts and concerns that I have regarding this and its reasoning for being put forward. So, is there any other new business? All right, hearing none. Correspondence.
Actually,
Oh, I'm sorry.
actually,
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry,
Yes.
I just had one question. I
Mr.
did
Adams.
bring this up a little earlier when the 181 Pine Street. You know, the information that comes in late Mondays, you know, understanding that we're remote, it's getting real difficult. You know, you know, I went down to town hall at, you know, rushed home, rushed to, you know, my son's game in Lawrence, rushed back to town hall to get the new plans for, obviously I totally spaced and forgot to ask Alex to leave the plans out for me for 181 Pine Street. Got all the way to town hall and they weren't on the table. So, you know, I don't have the opportunity to review them, and you can't review them during a meeting. It's getting a bit frustrating. And,
I
and
think
it's not just this applicant, it's continuous to happen. And, you know, we got to put you know, they know there's a strong time frame when this information goes out, and they need to do their due diligence. If they don't have the information, we just need to turn around and tell them, sorry, the information is late, just postpone it, because it's really putting 4-hour meetings to this board every other week.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all raised the same point, which is, I think, I don't want to discourage anybody for submitting things when they have them, just get them in, that's fine, I guess. But whether or not we choose to acknowledge them or use them in our decision-making for that evening, I think is certainly up to us. And I think the less we do so, the more we will discourage the petitioners from turning things in late. It's just, if they turn it in, I guess, you know, I don't mind that they turn it in. I just think they can't expect us to necessarily use that information and make a decision that evening on something we really haven't had a chance to see. I don't think anybody's wrong in saying that. And I think the more we push that issue, the better off we will be. You know, we can look at it if we can, but we're probably not going to really make determinations that night. And that's that.
Right.
So I think
I agree.
All right.
No, I appreciate that. Thank
Mr.
you.
Fowler, Mr. Vitalia, you guys on board with the same idea?
Yeah, I agree. I
Yes,
mean, we had to get
absolutely.
4 or 5
else-
4 or 5 emails this afternoon. It was
Yep.
like one after, I mean, Alex, God bless her, she did a great job getting them to us, but to be able to read them and comprehend them and get them in time for the meeting, it's just
Yeah, I think that the work done by the staff in getting us that stuff is fantastic, and we definitely
Absolutely.
appreciate it. We just don't want them in the same position anymore than us of trying to do stuff at 4:59. You know, that they're on the way out the door trying to send us 3 more comments.
And Dan,
Yeah,
and Anna,
I'll
God
just-
bless you typing tonight while we put the pressure on you to get those conditions
Thank
done.
you.
So we watched.
Mr. Fowler, do you have something there?
Yes, I'm waiting for correspondence,
All right, so we're on to correspondence.
but I'm going to use this for 2 examples.
Okay.
This letter I have in my hand is the letter from Mr. Hardeman. I took the time after our last meeting 3 weeks ago, to talk to Mr. Hardeman about the sidewalk issue.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing I said to him, I asked him, look, good conversation. Can we get something in writing from you on your feelings, how you addressed this, how you came up with these figures, and what percentage are you talking about? No one knew any information, because I even asked Kevin, does anybody know about these facts, these figures that you're going to have, so they can plan on something? No, they don't. Well, can you put it down in paper? This was received by our office Friday at 25 minutes after 4 by Alex. She called me. I was already in where did I go?
Nebraska.
Yeah, Nebraska, right. I was hoping to take it when I picked my package up Thursday so I could address it. Nothing. So I read this last night at 1 o'clock. My point is, shame on me for not being able to do it, but I couldn't. I would like everybody to read this so we can get a full understanding of what's going on in Mr. Hardman's mind relative to this. And I've come to find out today, no one else but ourselves, no developers or engineers, has this information as of today. So
I think if
I'm
we
going
could
to
get that out, that will alleviate what we had to do tonight, which is to have that contingency waiver.
yes.
Because then they'll know you're either going to build it or you're not. We don't have to go round
Yeah,
and round
yep.
about it.
Here's the price.
So please, guys and girls, read this.
Yep.
And so we'll know. Thank you.
Great, thank
All
you.
right. And we also have a couple other correspondences in here. Is there anything anyone wants to comment on either of those? Or Ms. McGinty, do you have any comment on those?
No, I don't have any comments as of now.
Okay.
You know, if something changes, we'll forward that to the
Okay.
board.
All right.
Great.
Anna, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Make a motion to
No
adjourn.
problem.
All right. We have a motion to adjourn on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Mr. Fratalia,
Aye.
Mr. Fowler,
Aye.
Mr. Delaney,
Aye.
Mr. Ryder,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye as well. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Good night. We'll see you in 2 weeks. Appreciate it.
All
Thank
right.
you, everyone.
Yep.
Thank you.
Have a good
Good
night,
night,
everybody.
everybody.